Magandang umaga po. The Senate Subcommittee on Public Services will now resume our hearing. As we start today's hearing of the Senate Subcommittee on Public Services, Transport Issues, let us keep in mind that the government is responsible for improving our transportation system. The need to address this issue is urgent as our transportation infrastructure is greatly tied with our economic development. It is through the MRTs, LRTs, jeepneys, buses, and other forms of public transportation that the people are able to go to and from work, and it is important that we continue to find solutions to enhance the safety and efficiency of our transport system. We have already established at the prior hearing that majority of the Filipino people rely on public transportation, with 12 million people commuting on a daily basis in Metro Manila alone. Furthermore, recent floods in the metropolis and nearby provinces have shown that there's also a need to find alternative ways to help the people get to their destinations safely. It's been said that Filipinos are very resilient and patient, but we cannot discount the fact that commuting on a daily basis in Metro Manila, especially on existing train system, becomes a burden that will really test the patience of the public, not just on the jam-packed coaches during morning and late afternoon rush hours, but also on the problems, defects, and technical malfunctions of our trains. The existing train system is obviously operating on overcapacity. Being resilient does not mean that we should just accept what is being offered to us, but we should continue to demand cost-efficient, quality, safe service, and effective measures to solve our transportation problems. The last time, we discussed the maintenance issues, a little bit of the ownership of the MRT. This time, we would like to continue on the competence or lack of it of the existing maintenance providers of the MRT3, including the allegations of certain corruptions in the selections of the original, in the selection of the maintenance provider from the original provider, Sumitomo, and the government's thrust to acquire ownership of the MRTC via the equity value buyout or EVBO with the proposed 53.9 billion under the 2015 national budget for the purpose. Also, perhaps if it is possible for the DOTC to open or to explore other options similar to but not necessarily the unsolicited proposals of other companies to take over the MRT. There are 4 legislation in the agenda: Senate Bill number 2266 of the proposed National Transportation Safety Board Act authored by this representation, and 3 Senate resolutions on the series of MR3 accidents and malfunctions authored by Senator Sonny Angara, Nancy Binay, and Bam Aquino respectively. Today's public hearing, however, will focus on the MRT and LRT issues. I'd like to acknowledge our distinguished guests from Secretary Joseph Emilio Abaya, Mr. Renato San Jose, Assistant Vice President Alan Robert M. Adeser, Executive Vice President, Director Thomas T. De Leon, Attorney Jerusha Villanueva, Mr. Roberto Sobrepena, Mr. Rogelio Bondoc, Mr. Rafael Perez de Tagle, Mr. David Narvasa, Mr. Victorino Espirito, Mr. Dina Dayao, Mr. Rolando Galon, Ms. LV Medina. And our Landbank representatives, please raise your hands. Ms. Borromeo. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for attending our hearing today. Before we begin with our line of questioning, as we wait for the other senators who have expressed their interest to attend today's hearing, I would like to start perhaps with Secretary Abaya, if you have any opening statements or any additional comments from last time's hearing to the ones that we'll be having now.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, not really. We continue to welcome this investigation because it gives us an opportunity to explain to the people the conditions of our rails, our plans moving forward, and what has transpired before. So again, we're ready for any questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary. Is the NEDA representative present already at this point? We were hoping to have a presentation, a brief presentation on the ownership of the MRT. Then we will go with Mr. San Jose of the MRT. Do you have any opening statements, sir?
Wala po, ma'am. Pero ready po kami na sumagot ng mga katanungan.
Salamat po, sir. Let me give this opportunity. This is the first time that we will be having the representative from the MRTC, the owner, one of the owners of the MRTC, Mr. Sobrepena. Would you have an opening statement or a brief presentation, sir, from your group?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd just like to maybe, just to clarify, make an opening statement, which would be almost like a presentation too.
Okay. Thank you, sir. May I just acknowledge the presence of Senator Ralph Recto? Go ahead, Mr. Sobrepena. Thank you.
Well, in 1991, the government under then-President Corazon Aquino, under a solicited program, bidded out the MRT-3 project under a build-lease-transfer arrangement, which was awarded to the EDSA LRT Corporation. The MRT Consortium, which is composed of Ayala, 18.6% ownership, Sheridan, 16% ownership, Philestate, 18.6 ownership, Ramcar, 18.6 ownership, Anglo-Phil Holdings, 18.6, Aliante, and DBH at 4.8 each, invested in the MRT-3 project in 1995, right after a Supreme Court ruling which ruled final and effective the BLT agreement, which was awarded in 1991. The MRT Consortium put in a total of $675 million into the system, of which $190 million was equity and $485 million was in the form of project loans. The company assumed total project risk, meaning if anything went wrong with the project during construction, the private sector borrowers would be liable for the entire loan, in which they used their shares as collateral. Under the BLT agreement, MRTC would finance, build, construct, complete, and then lease to DOTC the MRT-3 system for 25 years and provide technical maintenance service. The operation of the MRT-3 system was the responsibility of the DOTC under the agreement, including collection of fare box, setting of fare rates, and payment of rental fees to MRTC as provided for in the BLT agreement. The operation of the MRT-3 system should be in accordance with approved manuals as agreed upon by DOTC and MRTC. In said BLT agreement, upon full completion of the MRT-3 system, which happened in July 2000, DOTC's obligation to pay rentals to MRTC based on a fixed monthly schedule started. The BLT agreement guarantees a net economic return using the internal rate of return, or IRR, methodology of 15%. Payments to MRTC, as scheduled in the BLT agreement, were back-ended. For the first 9 years, from year 2000 to 2009, payments substantially went to the lenders of the project, namely Bank of Tokyo Mitsubishi of Japan. It was only after full payment of the lenders in 2010 that MRTC began to realize its returns, which started in 2010 all the way to 2025. It began with only a 6.5% IRR, increasing to 11 IRR, and reaching only the 15% IRR in year 2025. During the 25-year lease period, DOTC would operate the MRT3 system and assume the role of rail operator. In legal terms, it's the common carrier. We call them the common carrier, subject to certain rights of MRTC, such as providing additional trains under the capacity expansion program. As rail operator, DOTC and not P shall have all the obligations and liabilities of a common carrier. Under the BLT agreement, DOTC shall have full responsibility of all aspects of day-to-day operations and hold MRTC harmless from claims and liabilities arising out of the MRT3 system operation. DOTC may also only operate trains in the MRT3 system that are provided by MRTC. Or DOTC may procure trains with the express consent of MRTC and subject to MRTC's right to first refusal. The BLT agreement mandates that DOTC and MRTC shall meet from time to time to discuss the procurement of additional trains for the MRT3 system. As such, owners of MRTC have always supported and in fact continuously proposed to upgrade, improve, and purchase additional trains for the MRT3 system since year 2002. Unfortunately, these letters and proposals have not been acted upon up to today. As a matter of fact, these proposals started in year 1999, as early as 1999, year 2000, again in year 2002, where MRTC and its affiliate company, Monumento Rail Transit Corporation, proposed to add additional cars, capacity expansion, upgrades. In 04 and 05, MRTC proposed again an additional 48 cars of new trains, capacity expansion, upgrades, and improvements of the system. In 07, MRTC again proposed to the DOTC to provide additional 48 cars, capacity expansion, upgrades, and improvement of the system. And finally, in 2011, under a cooperation agreement, Metro Pacific Corporation proposed to exercise MRTC's rights in the agreement, the BLT agreement, including capacity expansion by providing new cars at no cost to government. The MPIC proposal intends to expedite the rehab of the MRT3 system, reduce government expenditure under a PPP partnership program, and furthermore, MPIC proposed to acquire the interest of DBP and Landbank in the form of bonds, common shares, and preferred shares for the amount of $1.25 billion. Relating to the maintenance issue, under the BLT agreement, MRTC shall provide technical maintenance service for the MRT3 system. The designated original maintenance contractor of MRTC was Sumitomo Corporation of Japan, who was partnered with Mitsubishi Corporation of Japan. Sumitomo and Mitsubishi designed, built, and maintained the MRT3 system under the principle of a single point of responsibility. The maintenance contract between MRTC and Sumitomo was conformed to by the DOTC because the maintenance fees of MRTC go to a pass-through to the DOTC, meaning MRTC does not make any money out of the maintenance contract. It's a complete pass-through to government. However, DOTC took control of the maintenance in year 2012 when it did not extend the Sumitomo contract and in fact terminated it. And in the year 2012, appointed the maintenance contract to PH Trams. The loss of the single point of responsibility is the single most important loss that we have had in this system. This loss has now led to the current state of finger pointing as to who is at fault for the sorry state of the MRT3 system. DOTC appointed PH Trams in October 2012 as maintenance provider. Immediately after the award by DOTC of PH Trams, MRT Holdings, and MRTC wrote several letters raising questions on qualifications and capacity of PH Trams to maintain the MRT3 system. The MRT3 consortium has, for the record, complied with its obligations under the BLT agreement and has continuously reminded government for the need to properly maintain, upgrade, expand the MRT3 system, and to address the present number of passengers using the MRT3 system in accordance with the BLT agreement. In relation to the 15% return, or the IRR, the actual beneficiary of the payments today is none other than the DBP and Landbank, as it acquired 80% of the bonds. With respect to the equity value buyout, the MRT consortium has not received an offer from the DOTC for the said buyout. It is worthy to note that the equity value buyout provision in the BLT agreement is an option granted to the private sector, MRTC, in the event of breach of the DOTC of its obligations under the BLT agreement. So therefore, it is the option of the private sector to initiate the EVBO. Just in closing, I would like to say the MRT company and shareholders supports the efforts of government to upgrade and rehabilitate the MRT3 system and bid out the maintenance contract to a technically and financially qualified contractor. However, it is our belief it would be to the best interest of the MRT3 system and the riding public that the single point of responsibility be reinstated by adding the rehabilitation and upgrading of the system to the contract of the maintenance provider under a long-term contract. If this is implemented, we are confident that the pressing concerns to ensure safety and convenience of the riding public shall be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sobrepena. I think Senator, the Chair acknowledges the presence of Senator Chiz Escudero.
If I may.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead with your question, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Recto, for your indulgence. Just a few clarifications, sir, Mr. Sobrepena. Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your
And the
Honor.
MRTC, MRTH family. Just a few clarifications. Sa budget ng 2015, may pinapanukala ang gobyerno sa unprogrammed fund na 53.9 billion pesos. 40 billion para daw sa pagbayad sa Landbank at DBP dun sa binili nilang economic interest dun sa MRT3. And I guess the remaining balance of 13 billion to get the legal interest of MRT3. I read Mr. Narvasa, I don't know if that was you, but same last name, being interviewed in a newspaper, that you put the value of MRTC assets at $2.5 billion. Tama po ba yan? Were you quoted correctly?
I may have been misquoted, Senator. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
That's the 2.5 billion amount came from the arbitration case in 2008. That was the amount claimed by MRTC in that arbitration case for the EVBO.
Is that roughly equivalent also to, sabi nga ni Mr. Sobrepena, wala namang kumakausap sa inyo, kaya nagugulat ako, ba't may presyo na yung gobyerno? Is that a rough approximation of the value at which you will sell the company? No.
That has not yet been discussed at MRT Holdings, Your
But
Honor.
ballpark, if government were to ask you now, I can ask them to ask you later, but if a government were to ask you now, what's the ballpark figure that you're looking at? Because the price is that at which you're willing to sell and government is willing to buy, of course. That's market price. But I'm asking you, to your mind, how much would you ask for?
Senator, can I?
Please, sir.
Good morning,
Morning po.
Senator. Well, first of all, to address the $2.5 billion, that amount actually came from a total approximation of how much it would take to unwind the entire bonds, the MRT bonds. No? And just to explain that, the equity stakeholders, the private shareholders of the company, who owned the bond previously have an undertaking, a guarantee in fact, to the bondholders that they cannot and will not sell their equity shares unless all bondholders are fully paid and serviced. And so in that approximation, it actually computed how much the cost of all the bonds would take to unwind prior to even considering the equity shareholder stake. Now, with regards to the equity stakeholder share, we have never had any discussions on selling it, as there has never been any offer to us to buy. I have not discussed it in the board, nor discussed it with any of our
No
partners.
initial preliminary discussions mention bulong.
No,
Wala.
Your Honor. No, Your Honor. Not one.
Are
not
you
one
even
bit.
talking?
No, Your Honor. They have
Hindi kayo
not
nag-usap?
approached us. They have not talked to us. They have not offered anything to
Now,
us.
to clarify again also, sir, you mentioned earlier, the option is on your part whether or not you will sell. It's not on the part of government, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, kahit magkandara pa ang gobyerno magtatalon at magsasayaw na gusto nilang bilhin yan, pag ayaw nyo, hindi kayo pwedeng pilitin?
Your Honor, if I may explain,
Please, sir.
there are only two clear ways under the BLT agreement to unwind this transaction or this deal, the contract rather. One is if the private sector is unable to finish the system, then government has the right to buy them out under a residual buyout provision.
Wala na yan. Tapos na yan.
Tapos na yun. The second one is if government breaches its guarantees, such as payments, and other things such as the letter of credit, if they breach the agreement, then the private sector has the option to ask for a buyout under the equity value buyout program. So, and that's only done by citing government in default and asking for the equity value buyout program to be initiated. So these are the only two clear ways under the BLT agreement for.
So, the
for
first
buyout.
one is out.
Yes.
The second one is still in operation.
Yes.
So, ang sinasabi nyo, the only way government can buy it is if it doesn't pay you. If it stops paying you and you declare them in default, and then you will now tell them, bilhin mo na kami.
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, that is the very basis for the arbitration in Singapore, because in those years, which was in year 07, 08, 09,
Hindi nagbayad ng gobyerno.
delayed ho yung payments ng government, and so MRTC was constrained to file arbitration in Singapore.
Arbitration, meaning for them to pay or for government to buy you out?
Arbitration to initiate the equity value buyout provision and pay private sector the estimated $2.5 billion.
So
Your
what's
Honor.
the status of that now, sir?
It is still pending, Your Honor. If I may just add one thing, in 2009 and actually in 2010, a lot of the shareholders actually stepped down from MRTC and turned over the directorships to the GFI nominees, namely the nominees
Landbank
of
and DBP.
Landbank and DBP. They control the board. They have 9 board seats out of the 14. I myself stepped down from the board in 2010. However, when I did step down, one of my last statements in the board was to actually pull out that arbitration case in Singapore. I wanted it terminated. And I thought since the government had already taken over the directorships in the board, that they would soon after actually take out the arbitration proceedings from Singapore. Unfortunately, that never happened, and it's still pending. In reality, as far as private sector is concerned, we are no longer pursuing that. We have no desire to pursue it. And as long as the bonds are serviced properly, there is no need to pursue it.
I guess it is being serviced properly right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that option is not available unless government again defaults.
Your Honor, the arbitration case can easily be taken out today if the MRTC board simply passes a resolution and cancels it.
So, the only way nga po na pwedeng bilhin ng gobyerno yan next year and to unwind it is if it intentionally defaults.
Yes, Your Honor, under the agreement. However,
Parang labo naman yata nun, di ba?
Your Honor, I'd like to add a third option, which is not in the agreement, but which is common in business practice. It's called
Mutual agreement.
It's called a compromise agreement, where both parties, by consensually agreeing to terminate said agreement, can actually get together, discuss terms, and unwind the whole agreement.
Now, if the 2.5 billion includes the rental payments and the bonds held by Landbank and DBP and the remaining 20%, ano yung balance po ng kumpanya? Just out of curiosity, can you give me a ballpark figure?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I don't have the figure, as we have never really ever thought of it, since there was really never even any discussion on it. But if there is a discussion on it, we would gladly make public the intentions of the company, as to how much. At this point, Your Honor, I have no idea of it, since we've never discussed it in our board.
Is 13 billion even close? I ask these questions, Mr. Sobrepena, because we're discussing the budget now.
Yes.
If it won't come to pass, if you're too far off anyway, I'd rather use the fiscal space for some other purpose next year
Yes.
than for this purpose na masasayang lang.
Your Honor, my reaction to the 53 billion, I believe the 53 billion would be just enough to pay Landbank and DBP for the shares. And my basis for this is the offer of Metro Pacific, where it offered 1.2 billion, exactly the same amount, to government to buy out the stake of Landbank DBP on the shares, as well as the common shares of private sector. And however, I think the DBP Landbank stake alone today is already worth approximately 1.1 to 1.2 billion dollars, or the 53 billion pesos.
Yung pa lang.
Yung pa lang. And that only accounts for 80% of the bonds.
May 20% ka pang held outside.
There's 20% out there, and if you use that as a basis, it would be approximately worth $200 to $300 million more, not counting the equity stakeholders.
I know.
Yet, no. So, I believe the 53 billion is insufficient at this point, starting basically with DBP Landbank and the bondholders. No?
I'll go to the MPIC proposal actually in a while. Sir, may I ask, DOTC told us in the last hearing that MRTC were supposed to procure the additional trains under the contract. Is
Yes,
that
Your
correct?
Honor. Yes.
They also told us that you did not.
Your Honor,
That's what, no, I'm telling you what they said. Because we asked them, why are you doing it? Why haven't you done it?
Yes.
They told us that you were supposed to do it, but that you were not doing it. And if I recall correctly, the DOTC secretary said that the administration had to exercise its political will to be the one to do it. And now it's being done. Can you clarify that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to state the series of proposals private sector has made to the OTC, starting from 1999. As early as 1999, we submitted a proposal for what we call the Phase 2 project, the capacity expansion, additional 48 cars, and the upgrade of the system all the way to Monumento, as envisioned under the BLT agreement. This was reiterated in another proposal in year 2000, which was in fact approved by the NEDA, and again reiterated in year 2002, another improvement, another new 48 cars. In 2002, the NEDA, who approved it, made a condition in 2002. You have to remember, we opened or inaugurated the system in year 2000, Your Honor. In 2002, the NEDA made a condition on our proposal, and that was that they wanted at least 350,000 ridership in the EDSA MRT system. This happened in year 2003, which led to another proposal by the private sector in 2004 to again add 48 cars, capacity expansion, improvement of the system, having already reached what we call the triggering event of 350,000 riders on EDSA.
350.
Now, however, in 04, we started negotiating the agreement. As a matter of fact, we negotiated the internal rate of return with then Secretary Purisima under the GMA term as Secretary of Finance. And we negotiated the internal rate of return to be reduced from 15 to 11%, which led to a new proposal in 2005, again, to at a lowered IRR rate. And finally, our last proposal was in 2007. Since all of these were unacted upon, we reiterated again another proposal to provide 48 cars, capacity expansion, upgrade of the MRT3 system in 07. At this year, Your Honor, the DOTC began to question us as to why we were buying new cars. They had the idea that it would be cheaper if we bought second-hand trains in 07.
Huh?
Yes. In 07. This took us aback, and we refused to actually offer government second-hand trains. This led to a long impasse and discussions and letter writing. I think we wrote a total of how many letters? 15, 20 letters? 15 letters to the OTC with regards to this, including refusing to buy second-hand trains. And finally, in frustration, Your Honor, we went into a cooperation agreement with Metro Pacific. Since all of these proposals...
What year was that, sir?
This was in 2011. MRTC went into a cooperation agreement with Metro Pacific for Metro Pacific to take the initiative to make an offer under a BOT proposal, a PPP proposal. This government.
This was done in 2011.
2011, Your Honor.
I think under the term or watch of Secretary De Jesus,
Yes.
and then again reiterated during the term of then Secretary Rojas of
Yes.
DOTC.
Yes, Your Honor. And the MPIC proposal basically called for investing $300 million in investments in the new facility. Again, 48 new cars, upgrade, system, improvement, under a BOT at no cost to government. At no cost to government. Plus, they would invest $350 million in the MRT bonds, or a total of $650 million would be invested by Metro Pacific. The $350 million would be used to initiate the buyout of the MRT bonds. Their proposal also, as I recall, mentioned buying the bonds at $1.2 billion, $1.1 billion, and $150 million to the private stakeholders. That was their envisioned budget in 2011. It also envisioned taking over the operation, upgrading the system, adding new trains, improving the signaling, and eventually getting paid back from fare box. In all these proposals, there would be no cost to government and no subsidy, by the way.
When the new administration come in, didn't you reiterate your proposal to buy new trains, upgrade the system, etc., etc.?
Yes, Your Honor, and this was done through the Metro Pacific Cooperation Agreement. Your Honor,
2011 na po.
Yes. The reason we went through the Metro Pacific proposal is we have had many outstanding proposals in the OTC under the BLT format, Build, Lease, Transfer format, which called for a certain government guarantee on the payments. No? And we thought that perhaps the government no longer wanted to enter into such a transaction with a guarantee. And this is the reason we went into a cooperation agreement with Metro Pacific so that it's purely on a BOT PPP format.
So that's the reason why you need government approval to get trains?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
For the government guarantee?
For us, because there's new investments
Yes.
in the system, approximately $350 million, that will have to be repaid to the private sector. And it will be repaid by DOTC or Fairbox, no? And that would need the consent of government and the approval of government for us to be repaid our investment.
Secretary Abaya, may I ask, why was this not pursued unless the statements of Mr. Sobrepena are inaccurate from your point of view? You said that the private sector failed to do it. I remember that in the last hearing. Apparently, there were offers made before your term, to be fair to you, Secretary, before your term, but why were these not acted upon by the department? Because the department has institutional memory anyway. I mean, the department knows about all of these previous offers. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the way I've been briefed, there were series of offers, that is true, early 2000s, so 02, 04. However, there's also a series of letters coming from the DOTC, I think, requesting MRTC to buy the trains in 07 and 08, which wasn't also acted upon, meaning there was no response from MRTC then. Till it came to the President's time, the 2011, I think, as described by Mr. Sobrepena, is not anymore in accordance with the BLT. It's a totally new proposal, which I think Undersecretary Lim Cauco, who is our USEC for planning, evaluated it as well. And after doing the math and looking after the interests for people, it wouldn't put our people and the government in a better position, because it extends further the concession agreement
By 15 years.
Yeah. So basically, you have a fresh 25 rather than a 10-year to go before the concession is terminated. There's an aspect of terminating the ERPs, but passengers will then be made to bear an increase in fares. So essentially, the evaluation then, it wouldn't make us better off as a country and as a people. Likewise, at that time, clear policy of government was to go for open, transparent, and solicited bid rather than a unsolicited proposal. So this, Your Honor, were the circumstances as I've been briefed.
Before I let Mr. Sobrepena react, two questions, sir. One, even if it were an unsolicited bid, under our laws and rules, it would have been subjected to a Swiss challenge anyway, right? Which is an available procedure and a legal procedure at that. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor. It is legal. It is allowed. However, the evaluation, it wouldn't make us better off.
I'm going there. If upon evaluation of USEC Lim Cauco, that was indeed disadvantageous, as you would put it, to the government, did you ever give them a reply? Meaning, did you ever tell them, well, I'm sorry, we cannot accept this because it's disadvantageous to the government? As early as 2011, again, I have as part of the document submitted to me, letters given to then Secretary De Jesus, then Secretary Rojas, reiterating their proposal. If indeed it was disadvantageous, then why not put an end to it?
We eventually rejected the offer, Your Honor.
Via letter?
Yes, yes,
When,
Your
sir?
Honor. 2012, it was during my time. Right before the award of the AFCS, we clearly sent to them that we are rejecting the proposal, Your Honor.
Mr. Sobrepena, may we get your reaction, sir?
Yes. Okay, first of all, can I start in the beginning? Or may I answer that last part?
Please, sir.
Maybe
Wag lang masyado mahaba yung beginning. Baka...
Hindi, maikli lang ho.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I'll start with where the Secretary ended. We never received a rejection or a letter rejecting the proposal of Metro Pacific. I was informed by Metro Pacific itself, and it actually made a public statement to that effect, that they likewise never received an official written rejection of the letter. Normally, when a proposal is given, there should be good faith talks and negotiations, and if it's not exactly what government wants, then there should be a negotiation that happens. However, we were not aware of any such negotiation, and we never received any rejection or official letter rejecting the proposal. As of today, we have not still received that letter. Going back to the earlier comments of our good secretary, he mentioned that there were letters to provide trains as early as '07 and '08, and
That they wrote you.
that they wrote us. However, as I mentioned earlier, in '07, what government wanted us to buy were second-hand trains, and we wrote them back to say that we were not in favor of buying second-hand trains.
On
They-
that point,
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Sobrepena. Secretary Bay, I know it was not your time. I mean, that's clear. We're not laying the blame on you, but again, given that your department should have institutional memory, do you confirm that? That in '07 and in '08, when you asked MRTC to provide additional trains, that you wanted them, no, the department wanted them to get, to be fair to you, second-hand cars?
Chairman, can I request ASEC Carinal to
Please,
respond so it will be
Asek
more
Karingal,
accurate?
sir, you are Madam Chairman.
Um, yes, Mr. Karingal, you're recognized, please.
Good morning, Your Honors.
You can also.
We confirm that as early as 2007, the department has requested their group, the Sobrepena group or MRTC, to exercise their right of first refusal because under Section 5.2 of the BLT agreement, the right of first refusal to procure additional LRVs vests with them.
I know that. I read that. The questions, Asik Karingal, is do you confirm that DOTC asked MRTC to buy second-hand cars? I think that's the issue. And naturally, even if I were them, I'd say no. Even if I were the riding public, I'd say no too.
Yes, Your Honor. In 2007, it was a request for them to procure 30 refurbished LRVs.
And in 2008, same?
Yes, Your Honor, it was a follow-up to that one.
Again, I'm not saying it's you, Secretary Baya, or you, Asek Karingal. You look young, and probably you were in college, unless you just look young. Why did the DOTC do this? Why would you propose that second-hand cars be procured? I'm relying on the institutional memory of the department. What possible reason could you have, or could the DOTC have? Secretary Baya? Again, this is not you. Let's
The
clarify that.
institutional memory would have come from MRT3, but even the OIC right now couldn't recall. I wouldn't even venture to a guess. But based on our letters as well, there were no further letters written back to DOTC after the 2000.
Mr. Sobrepena, can you be candid enough to tell us why? I mean, I'm sure it's not in the letters, but I'm sure you had an inkling why they would be asking for this.
Your Honor, we outright refused to even consider buying second-hand trains.
Ba't nga po nila hiniling?
Hindi ko ho maintindihan at malaman kung bakit nila hiniling yon. We vehemently refused to even consider and discuss second-hand trains with them. And that led to a long period of inaction with the OTC, on our request.
Secretary Baya, you disagree with procuring second-hand cars? Of
Yes,
course,
Your Honor.
You just did not when you procured new ones.
Although, admittedly, during my time, because of the situation of the there was an offer from the Spanish government for second-hand rails, not because we want second-hand, but more on the delivery. We thought if we were careful enough in procurement law, we were studying then if it was allowed, but mainly to deliver a quick solution to the long lines. But at the end
Because
of the day, we
that's off the
rejected it.
shelf. Second-hand is off the shelf.
Yes, Your Honor. It was manufactured. They said it was ready, but eventually we figured out it would be better to procure rather than go second-hand.
So if at that stage, I'll yield to Senator Recto in a while on that point, but if that was your decision, na wag na second-hand, even if it's readily available, knowing, given institutional memory, that the last position of the OTC was for MRTC to get second-hand, which they turned down, did the OTC give MRTC that right of first refusal to purchase brand new trains, which you did? Diba? Meaning, you ended up choosing brand new.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you give that right of first refusal to MRTC by the time you decided?
Based on our records, after the '08 letter where the discussion was on second-hand trains, I think the only communication that got back to DOTC was not anymore an offer, merely a reservation for the right of first refusal. There was no communication that we reject the second-hand trains and we're now willing to buy brand new 48. There was no communication at all, based on our records, Your Honor.
I yield to Senator Recto. Just an observation. Tingin ko kasi isang problema kung bakit ganyan yung MRT, parang hindi kayo magkakilala eh. You're bound together by the asset itself to work together. But you're not even talking.
No, well, just to correct Your Honor,
Please,
we are in contract with MRTC. The chairman of MRTC is Mr. De Leon. We have been in constant contact and communications with MRTC.
But, Mr. Secretary, he is a government appointee with the Landbank. So we're the representative of the private sector holdings for the MRTC. Who are you in contact with? I mean, I'm sure you have to deal with the entire board in general, but maintaining good relations also. When was the last time you spoke to a non-government appointee of the MRTC?
Meaning the private sector.
Meaning the private sector group.
Ma'am, we're bound just to talk to the representative of MRTC. We have no obligation to reach out to all the private sector members of MRTC. And I think MRTC is ably represented by Mr. De Leon.
Yes,
Ably
Mr.
represent. Sorry, Madam Chairman. If it's
Go
ably
ahead.
represented, Mr. De Leon, may I ask you, why did, as MRTC chair, why did MRTC, I'll go to the confusion of the why you're seated there and not there later, but I'll go to that in a bit. But why did MRTC not assert its rights as the holder of a right of first refusal to buy the trains, as earlier insisted by the MRTC in '07 and in '08?
Your Honor, we have full documentation of all our communication, which shows the reservations we've had, that we've always maintained that it is MRTC's responsibility for two areas, the maintenance and the capacity expansion, the procurement of new trains. So we've always, unfortunately, Your Honor, we communicate mostly, well, since Secretary Abaya has taken over, we've been in constant touch, but most of our communication was through formal letters, sir.
So you insisted that you be given the right to exercise your right to first refusal,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you waived it?
There were communications earlier, 2010 and 2011, where due to lack, sir, of technical expertise of MRTC, former chairman of MRTC, Jose Nunez, who represented, of course, DPP, and also former chairman, Honorable Patricia Santo Tomas, waived its right. I'm not a lawyer, sir, but I don't know if that's the right word. We allowed, MRTC allowed DOTC to procure to continue with the procurement of the maintenance provider.
MRTC allowed.
Yes, sir.
Didn't you sue? Didn't MRTC sue or an entity sue? Mrs. Sobrepena?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may...
You sued, right?
Yes, we did. Your Honor, MRT Holdings 2, which is the owner of MRTC, actually has been writing MRTC letters. And just for the recent letters, we can address letters in March 6, 2013, reminding MRTC or directing MRTC to basically invoke our rights, and take action on the rights of MRTC under the BLT agreement. We again wrote in June 4 of 2013 to MRTC, advising DOTC to advise DOTC that the proposed purchase of LRVs and bidding out of the maintenance violate our rights under the BLT contract. We again wrote DOTC from MRTC a letter clarifying why MRTC is not involved in the DOTC's planned acquisition of additional LRVs and bidding out of the MRT3 maintenance operations. Considering that the BLT has not been amended, there is a sense among MRTC directors that the BLT provisions are not being observed and are in fact being violated. These are letters from MRTC to DOTC.
MRTC chaired by a government nominee.
Yes, this is already in 2013. And we have the letters here, Your Honor. And many other letters after that. In July again, MRTC urged DOTC to hold abeyance procurement of additional trains. In August 23, DOTC wrote MRTC informing the latter that DOTC has copies of correspondences. So there has been communications, but MRTC stating that they should follow the BLT agreement, they should coordinate, and that they should respect the rights of the private sector under the BLT agreement.
Para lang po klaro, Mr. Sobrepena, magkakampi ba kayo ni Mr. De Leon o hindi? I'm just... Are you on the same side or not?
I hope we're on the same side.
You're
Your
obviously
Honor,
not.
To be fair, Your Honor...
No, I mean...
To be fair.
Yes, sir.
We write the chairman of MRTC, Mr. De Leon, letters invoking our rights and urging him to write the DOTC letters. And in fact, he has. That's why there's been a series of letters from MRTC to DOTC protesting and asking DOTC to get us in the loop, protect our rights, respect the BLT agreement, and in fact, get our consent before they act on buying new trains.
No.
And in fairness, they have complied with our request.
For me to understand why Mr. De Leon is seated there, MRTC is wholly owned by MRTH2,
Yes,
100%, right?
Yes.
Now, MRTH2 is owned by by MRTH1 to the tune of 84.9%.
Yes.
Now, of that 84.9%, it's divided up by 18.6% is still held by Philestate.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's 18.6% of 84.9%.
Yes.
Anglo-Philippine Holdings Corporation, another 18%. Who is this, sir?
This is the company of Mr. Fred Ramos of the National Bookstore Group.
They still own that share.
Yes, Your Honor.
Railco Investments, 18.6% also of 84.9%.
Yes.
Who is this, sir?
Railco would be the Ramcar Group, Ramcar Group of Manolo Agustines.
Agustines.
Yes.
DBP is 18.6. Sheridan LRT Holdings Inc., 16% of 84.9. Who is this, sir?
May I clarify,
Yes, sir.
Your Honor? The 18.6%, in fact, is not owned by DBP, Landbank, which you mentioned earlier.
DBP muna tayo. 18.6% DBP.
It is not DBP, Your Honor. It is owned by a company called Astoria Investment, which is owned by Ayala Corp.
Up to now.
Ayala Land, sorry. Ayala Land.
Up to now, it's owned by Ayala.
Yes, Your Honor, up to now.
Now, Sheridan LRT Holdings Incorporated, 16%. Who is this, sir?
Sheridan is owned by the United Lab Group,
Campos.
the Campos Group.
Landbank of the Philippines, 4.8%. Is that correct?
According to our partners who own that share, it is owned by a company called Emerging Allied Company, which is owned by the Lau Group, which is the La Elegancia Group, the jewelry group.
The jewelry group.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, has Landbank bought that company?
We're not sure, Your Honor, but we were told that it's still the Lau family that owns it. We were told by the Lau family.
4.8% DBH Incorporated.
Yes, this is owned by the group of Edward D., which is the Seiko Group.
So, if it's privately owned and 12.65 is owned by Philestate companies, 2.45 others, paano nagkaroon ng government nominee na chairman?
Okay, if I may explain, Your Honor.
Please, sir.
It's quite
Help us.
okay. The shareholders of the group, namely the companies that you just mentioned, 77% of us shareholders actually created an instrument called the MRT bond, as you know.
You securitized it.
We securitized it. The reason was it is such a long-term receivable that we had to securitize it in order to retire current debt.
To pay off debts.
Pay off current debts. Now, in the process of doing this, these bonds fell into the hands of certain foreign investors, namely the Goldman Sachs Group and the Elliott company from Manhattan. You know? Especially with the Elliott Group, they were known as a fund that basically invested, and in certain instances used investments to take action against certain countries, such as Peru.
Because it has a cross-default provision.
Yes, Your Honor. And they actually had, in history, they actually put the country of Peru in default. They took action against the Republic of Congo. And lately, I believe they took action against the country Argentina. Now, having these foreign investors in our company, in the board, they were in fact the ones who initiated and in fact took the presidency of MRTC and filed the arbitration in Singapore. It was on their initiative.
Against government.
Against government. And for the record, Your Honor, I was not in favor of that whole thing. Obviously, there was a board rift between the foreign investors and ourselves. They took control of the board. They had nominees. They got in there because they bought the bonds, and by way of getting the bonds, they got into our board and had the nominees under them. Government then, in order to take out the threat of the foreign investor-led arbitration, bought out Goldman Sachs, bought out Elliott, and bought 80% of the bonds. When they took the 80% of the bonds, they made it a condition on all the sellers that all the nominees be placed under the Landbank DBP GFI nominees. Okay, and the basic reason they did this, Your Honor, to understand, is that they wanted control of the board to assure the upflow or upstream of funds from DOTC to the bondholders. So from DOTC, it goes to MRTC. From MRTC, it's upstream to the bondholders. And to assure the continuous upstream, the GFI said, then we have to control the board. And that's the reason we have the GFI nominees in the board, to assure the continuous upstream of revenues to the bondholders.
But who is in control?
They have 9 out of 14 seats, Your Honor. The GFIs have 9 out of the 14 board seats in MRTC.
So they control MRTC?
They are in control.
They are in control?
Yes, Your Honor.
For how long?
For so long as the bonds are outstanding. Since they bought 80% of the bond, and since those bonds are outstanding, then those nominees will remain.
Just an intervention, Madam Chair. Can the board be replaced by the shareholders or stockholders of MRT?
Yes, Your Honor. If the board members will be unable, will not do their fiduciary responsibilities and protect the rights of the shareholders, then the shareholders have the right to replace them.
So you can replace them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they there by an accommodation, by your accommodation only, or by contract?
They are there by way of a nomination agreement that they signed with certain shareholders of our company, not including myself, because I never had. That's why on the MRT board, the only remaining truly private sector seats there are the Phil Estate seats. Yes.
Who sued government when they procured the new trains?
Your Honor, it's a derivative suit that was filed by the owners, MRT Holdings 2. And the reason for this was we had asked MRTC to take action, to take legal action against DOTC to stop them from procuring these trains without consultation with us. When they failed to do this, we had no recourse but to file the case ourselves under a derivative suit.
A derivative suit by the minority?
By,
No.
by the holding company, Your Honor. MRT Holdings 2.
MRT Holdings 2.
Yes.
But MRT Holdings 2 is controlled by, ano,
Yes.
it's MRTC that the government is in.
Yes, Your Honor. So when MRTC failed to file the case themselves, it was the owners that had to file the case. Our Holdings 2. To
So kayo na
protect
po
our rights.
nagdemanda nun?
Kami na nagdemanda to protect our rights. Your Honor, it was not just the award of trains that we were objecting to. We were objecting to, number one, there was an outstanding offer from the Metro Pacific Group, as well as ourselves, on new trains at our cost, which was unacted on and which we had no reply to. So when they bought new trains, this
You
was the
filed
first.
suit.
But more importantly for us, Your Honor, they have to coordinate the purchase of new trains with us to assure compatibility with the system. Because if something happens to the system, if the train is not compatible with the system, this could be very dangerous for the system and the riding public. And a seamless integration of new trains to our system has to happen only with the full cooperation of both parties. And this is what we were actually objecting to, that we were never in the loop, we were cut off, they never consulted us, they never got our consent. And that was, of course, in violation also of our agreements.
The BLT agreement.
Yes.
Grace? Go.
This is actually the entire point. This is the reason why we're having the hearing today. There's that labyrinth of ownership, but it will all boil down to if the riding public is safe and what we are doing to continuously maintain or upgrade our trains. So my question is, sir, you said that you opposed the purchasing of trains because they did not consult with you. Now, as I understand, when the first trains were purchased, the original trains from the Czech Republic, Sumitomo, who was already supposedly the maintenance provider that was being eyed at that time, was actually present during the production of the trains to make sure that they understood this. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, every step of the way.
And that's the reason why I think that when there are problems, adjustments, when the train was delivered here, that when there were incompatibilities, let's say with the weather, because this is a tropical system,
Yes.
that they were able to make adjustments. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And this goes down to the principle of a single point responsibility.
Exactly.
So now let me ask Secretary Abaya. I know that your intention to be able to upgrade our train system, but when you did so, when you contracted Dalian or that company in China, what year was that, sir? Was it last year? This year?
Was awarded in 2014, Your Honor.
So just 2014, and you started with the design of the prototype. Am I correct?
The design has started. They made their initial presentation to us, I think, a month ago. So we're awaiting finalization, Your Honor.
And my concern here about the single point responsibility, for example, we all see the light and we get somebody as efficient as Sumitomo to be able to maintain this. Shouldn't they be included in the process of the production of these trains so that unless the company that will produce these trains are the same ones that will provide it, we should be able to have a company, and right now we're still stuck with Global, if I'm not mistaken, right? With Global, and we're just renewing their contract on a month-to-month basis, but we haven't actually awarded the bid on the long-term maintenance of these trains, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We're currently procuring the maintenance, the new maintenance provider.
So, sir, there's a lot to be said about what you think about a single point responsibility, because here's the problem. Isn't it, if I'm not mistaken, what you did was you bid it out in parts, the maintenance or the general maintenance. You have the 3-year maintenance contract, the train general overhauling, real steel replacement, communication system, etc., which would have been provided by Sumitomo. Am I correct, Mr. Sobrepena? These are...
Yes, Your Honor.
So what the DOTC has basically done is that it divided all the work that would have been provided by Sumitomo at a one-stop shop for them, but Sumitomo was charging 2.2 million, if not 2 million a month, as opposed to the maybe $1 million for $2 million a month for Sumitomo, as opposed to a cheaper contract price. So, sir, are you aware of a single point responsibility principle?
Yes, Your Honor. But just to correct, Sumitomo has no obligation to replace rails, upgrade signaling. That is not their responsibility, Your Honor. Sumitomo is a maintenance provider. Capital expansion is not with Sumitomo, Your Honor.
But overhauling is part of their job, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And they've done so. They've done so in their track record in the past to actually replace certain rails that were found to be overburdened or defective, right?
Yes. Just
Have they done that when they were providers before?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because sir, wala naman tayong ibang alam na provider eh. From the time it was just Sumitomo. So unless they didn't change any part of the rail system, I mean, then yes, Mr.
May I
Sobrepena.
clarify? Your Honor, the Sumitomo contract, again to reiterate, they designed, they built, they maintained. In the 12 years that they were maintaining this, they handled rail replacement, overhauling, signaling repairs, spare parts, bogie repair, truing the wheels, replacement of wheels, everything, parts and service. There was nothing else to be bought by government or private sector. It was all in their contract. In year 2012, they were still maintaining the system plus all the spare parts at $1.4 million a month. Now, they had to increase it to $2 million because every 8 years you have to overhaul the engine. The reason they increased it to that amount was because they would have to start overhauling the engines starting year 2014, 2015. And ending, they should be overhauling these engines right now.
Right, every 8 years, right?
So the $2 million a month would actually include all the parts for overhauling, rails, wheels, everything, repair of bogies, everything.
Thank you, Mr. Sobrepena. So my question now, sir, to the DOTC, why did you decide to bid out separately the services that could have been provided by one single company that would have been totally liable for all of these things like overhauling, traction motor replacement, overhead catenary system, elevators, escalators? Bakit iba-iba po ang nangyayari sa inyo yung bidding ninyo ngayon sa maintenance nito?
Well, for sure, the replacement of rails when you have breakage is maintenance. A systematic replacement of rails isn't covered by maintenance. A replacement of an obsolete signaling system is not maintenance. And I doubt if Sumitomo would be willing to totally change and upgrade the system. They do repairs on the signaling, but maintenance is different from capital expansion. We have, since the termination of Sumitomo, the maintenance provider remains one. So there's one single entity providing the maintenance. We had reservations on the conditions of Sumitomo because I was appointed October 18. The contract was about to terminate on October 19. Clearly communicated to both DOTC and MRTC, their price should be increased. However, they will not warranty anything that they do. Me as a secretary couldn't conscience that I'm paying much more in behalf of our people, but the provider wouldn't warranty such.
Is APT doing any warranties? I mean, what good is a warranty if they can't actually maintain it properly?
But the warranty...
PH Trams, did they give you any warranties?
The warranty remains with MRTC. There's a guarantee of the facility by MRTC, so it remains with them. We continue to penalize PH Trams then, likewise APT Global, for shortcomings in the maintenance.
So, sir, if it's the warranties with the MRTC, then Oh, you mean PH Trams is providing the warranty to MRTC? Is that what you're saying? Or MRTC is providing the warranty?
I think there's a difference between the warranty on the maintenance work and warranty on the facility. We still maintain that MRTC warranties the facilities.
Go ahead, the chair
Did
recognizes you
Sumitomo, yung APT ba at Global, did they give you the warranties you asked for that Sumitomo refused to give?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it in writing,
May I
sir?
ask Global, Mr.
And sir, just to interject really quickly, you're claiming that Sumitomo doesn't want to give the warranties. I suppose there are correspondence between Sumitomo and DOTC, so we can see exactly what they're not likely to guarantee. And we would like to compare it with what APT has provided or what PH Trams has provided the company, the DOTC.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
We'll turn over the documents today. Your Honor.
The chair recognizes again.
Please, sir. Mr. Sobrepena,
Yes.
do you confirm that?
I'd like to...
You're not the representative of Sumitomo, but...
No, but I'd like to make a clarification with regards to the guarantees and the warranties and that issue. Under the BLT agreement, Sumitomo Corporation guarantees what we call availability. That means 20 trains running at any given point in time. Each train is 3 cars, so that means 60 cars running at any given point in time. It guarantees that will be running anytime. Not just available, but in running condition. That guarantee to MRTC is also backed up by a guarantee of MRTC to DOTC, to government. This is how it was for 12 years.
For the same, 20 trains,
yes,
etc.,
for the whole thing, back to back. And in a BLT agreement, we would now pass through the maintenance contract to government. In short, they would pay Sumitomo Corporation directly the exact amount of maintenance.
You cannot earn from it.
We would not earn a single centavo from it. It was on a pass-through, but the guarantees remained. And that is what we refer to as the single point of responsibility in our case, because the group who designed it, built it, maintained it, which include, again, if I may repeat, overhauls, rail repairs, repairs on signaling, to assure that the availability factor and the safety factor was achieved. That all remained intact until 2012. When this was given to PH Trams, that was broken. Number one, PH Tram does not guarantee MRTC anything. And therefore, MRTC cannot guarantee DOTC anything either. So there are no more guarantees to speak of. Okay? Number two, there is no more single point of responsibility. There is no more single point of responsibility because the group who designed, built it, and maintained it efficiently for 12 years was terminated.
I'm going there actually, but before I go to that point, Mr. Espiritu, what guarantees did you give or warranties did you make?
Magandang umaga po.
Good morning, sir.
Yung pong maintenance as part of the global commitment ay to maintain the system and its subsystem. So, all these system and the subsystems ay depende po sa manufacturer, yun po yung may mga warranty. Kami po ay magme-maintain lang po ng mga system na binabanggit.
So, ang tanong ko po, may winaran po ba kayo o wala? Kayo po?
Based on the TOR na signed by our company and the DOTC, kamukha po ng sinabi ni Mr. Sobrepena, we warranty a 20 trains running on the line on a given peak period. During the off-peak, we are guarantee a 15 cars during the off-peak.
Secretary Baya? Same warranty. I thought that you couldn't accept the Sumitomo proposal because they weren't giving you any warranties. But the warranty, I presume, is attached to the number of trains that are running. The same is true with Global.
No, Your Honor. I'm referring to not on the availability of trains.
On what?
Basically on the work, the maintenance work. Right here, we on signaling system. This is a Sumitomo letter to both MRT3 and MRTC. Under signaling system, I'll just quote, we would like to propose that we try to perform the maintenance work as much as possible instead of removing it from the work scope but free from any liabilities related to signaling system problems unless immediate upgrading of the MANA in-handed signaling system is implemented. On another paragraph, passenger overloading, we try to perform maintenance as much as possible, but free from any liabilities, even if any kind of problems or arguments happen from reason related to passenger overloading.
Can you stop there? Mr. Espiritu, you gave a warranty for that? Kahit na may overloading, sagot pa rin nyo? Kahit na luma na at malapit na masira yung signaling system, sagot pa rin nyo?
Based po sa TORs that was signed by the DOTC and our company, we are only doing the maintenance side. But the warranty itself, sagot po ng manufacturer ng bawat system.
Yeah, but
doon po
so in effect, walang warranty?
Correct po. Dahil po kami, based sa TOR po, magme-maintain lang po kami ng system. Saka po doon sa in connection po, doon po sa relays na sinasabi ni Mr. Sobrepena, na sila po ay nagwa-warranty doon sa relays at nagpapalit po sila. Tama po yan. With a certain distance lang po yung pinapalitan. The same with our company also.
Same.
Pag may crack rails, yun lang po pinapalitan namin with a 4.5 meters rail, yun po yung minimum requirements to replace the rails.
Were you aware that the signaling system needed to be upgraded when you bidded?
Yes, of course, sir. Nung pong bago po kami pumasok dito sa kontrata na po, ay meron po kami system assessment na sinubmit sa DOTC regarding sa all system and subsystem defects.
At kailangan i-upgrade yun?
Correct po. Meron po kami sulat yan after the takeover no September 2013.
Secretary, they didn't guarantee it also, according to him,
Well, I think Mr. Espiritu is from APT Global.
Sino po mag-guarantee ba dapat?
Well, PH Trams submitted to us a warranty, a guarantee. I think APT Global is under the procurement law warranties.
No, but sila nagme-maintain eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sumitomo is also the one maintaining. That's the supplier, right? APT is the supplier?
APT Global is the current maintenance provider. Basically, they replaced Sumitomo.
APT Global?
APT Global, well, after Sumitomo, Your Honor, it was PH Trams CBNT, then eventually APT Global, Your Honor.
Mr. Espiritu?
Yes, Your Honor.
Precisely. Wala naman silang warranty eh.
Their warranties are under the warranties of procurement law.
Huh? They just told us, Secretary, that they don't, the manufacturer warrants the spare parts, but they also warrant the same thing that Sumitomo warranted, that 20 trains will be running, so on and so forth, and that if it's not running, as you said, you penalize them. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Espiritu? Di ba po?
Yes, Your Honor.
But they don't warrant against, they just told me, they don't warrant against overloading, against an outdated signaling system. You don't, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, to save on time, Yusek Gonzalez, you can speak. Please, if you want to. Para,
Yes, sir.
if you will authorize her, Secretary.
Yes, please. Yusek Gonzalez, our Yusek for procurement.
Sir, for all of them, for PH Trams, Sumitomo, and APT Global, they would have all KPIs. So this would be the train availability at a certain
Same warranties.
peak hours. So I think there would be some changes as to the peak hours, but they all have KPIs.
So, pareho nga.
Yes, sir.
Ang sabi kasi kanina, kaya daw hindi na-renew yung Sumitomo. I'm not necessarily batting for Sumitomo, but dahil ayaw nila mag-warrant. But apparently, we also did not get those warranties from the successors of Sumitomo. Is
Sir,
that
but
an
I
accurate
think,
statement?
Sir, I think the other issue is whether on the other aspects of the contract, Sumitomo had financial guarantees, and
No, dun muna tayo.
yes, sir.
On that point lang muna. On the warranties and guarantees, on the maintenance, they're the same.
Sir,
Yung winawarrant ng Sumitomo, yung din ang winawarrant ng pumalit sa kanila.
Sir, we improved on the key performance indicators that should be complied with by PH Trams and by APT Global.
I'm talking about the warranties, ma'am. Just the warranties. Are they the same?
So when we talk of the train availabilities, then there would be some improvements. As regards the warranty, Sumitomo had warranties, and this was carried on by PH Trams. And then with regard to APT Global, it would be a different one because their contract was bidded out under the procurement law.
No. Pupunta na po ako doon. Mr. Sobrepena, this is my last point. Yes.
Before you do so, the chair would like to recognize first the presence of Senator Osmena. Please proceed, Senator Chiz.
Mr. Sobrepena, why did the contract with Sumitomo end in 2012? And under the BLT, it's MRTC that's supposed to maintain the system, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
How did it come to pass that government did it and not you? And why did the contract with Sumitomo that built the system come to an end?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may explain. As early as 2010, we had written DOTC, MRTC had written DOTC that it should start bidding the maintenance provider because the Sumitomo contract would end in 2010. So it should bid for a long-term agreement and award it to a efficient and qualified maintenance provider. We reiterated this letter in 2011 for the bidding to commence, a letter from Holdings to MRTC. And unfortunately, every year...
Just a clarification. Why a bidding if it was MRT? Is it because 9 members of the board already were government?
Your Honor, under the BLT agreement, the Sumitomo contract had expired. And our agreement with government is it's completely on a pass-through basis. And therefore, government would pay directly the maintenance provider the exact amount required by the maintenance provider. Now, since Sumitomo had expired, under these conditions, normally under a government situation, since it has to be a joint effort, we would recommend and they would approve since they would pay. We were already saying, let's already bid it. Again, for transparency, so that since government will be paying it, then let's assure we get the best deal and the best maintenance provider available. So normally, we should have done this jointly. However, what DOTC did starting 2010 was they kept on renewing the Sumitomo contract instead of bidding it out. They renewed it every 6 months and all the way up to 2012. Now, in 2012, since they had already been doing this every year and every 6 months, we were expecting them to just renew again the Sumitomo contract. We had no inkling that they were even thinking of terminating this contract. In 2012, I believe that was October of 2012, DOTC came to the MRTC board and announced that it was no longer renewing the Sumitomo contract and that MRTC had 12 days to bid out and find a new maintenance provider. And of course, the MRTC board said, well, in 12 days, we can't do this. You should have told us this 6 months ago. And in fact, why don't you extend Sumitomo and then we can bid it out? But the DOTC said and maintained that they had decided to terminate and that MRTC had to bid it out in 12 days. MRTC declined and refused. And thereafter, we just heard that DOTC appointed PH Trams.
Appointed?
Appointed. There was no bidding.
Secretary Baya?
First of all, it was MRTC who was extending. We merely concurred. We could show you documents that DOTC merely concurred. It was MRTC who was extending. And the government maintained that the procurement of the maintenance provider has never left MRTC. Because in a BLT agreement, it couldn't be a unilateral act without any consideration that you transfer a major responsibility. The procurement of a maintenance provider could just be passed on by a mere letter. So we maintained from 2010 till today, till eventually DOTC felt there was a need to act. Otherwise, we had to stop the trains. That the DOTC acted upon it. And just to correct, we didn't appoint PH Trams CBNT. It went through a BAC. There was an emergency procurement. There was a simplified bid. There were 3 participants. We want to correct that there was no appointment
So
of
you
a
did
contract.
You did. DOTC did it.
Yes, Your Honor.
DOTC did it.
Yeah, at the point in time when we had no time anymore, because otherwise we would have stopped the train. I wear a public service hat. We felt that the service should continue for our people. Thus, the need to immediately procure, Your Honor.
If it was MRTC that had the power to renew it, and if it was MRTC with your consent that has been renewing it on 6 months and for every 6 months every year, why not wait for another 6 months and let MRT do its job instead of government all of a sudden taking over and doing it by itself? Wow, I don't understand that.
Your Honor, we could present you a letter where Sumitomo was saying we don't want it anymore.
I'm not saying it should be awarded to Sumitomo. I'm saying nire-renew din lang naman sila, di ba? So why not give enough time for MRTC to do it instead of DOTC doing it?
At that point in time, they were also trying to avoid the responsibility, Your Honor, because for one reason or another, they didn't have time, they couldn't procure anymore, thus left it up to government whether we want to procure.
Is the 12-day deadline accurate, Secretary? Did you give MRTC 12 days to get a maintenance provider?
Again, Your Honor, our stand was it never left MRTC. It has always been with them. There
So
was
what-
a July letter to us by Mr. De Leon trying to get it back, but we felt it never left MRTC. So they were in control to procure at that point in time, as early as BLT agreement.
Mr. Sobrepena, saan galing yung 12 days?
Yes, Your Honor. It was actually 12 working days left to procure a new maintenance provider and bid it out. A proper bidding would take at least 90 days. And MRTC felt definitely 12 days would be impossible.
Can you respond to that? So you had it all the while?
Ah.
You were the ones that was renewing it every 6 months?
No, Your Honor. I'll give you, I have here letters, and by the way, all these letters we can submit to the body later on. No? It is actually DOTC that recommends the extension. It's DOTC that recommends the extension of DOTC. Every time there is an extension. This is done by letters from DOTC to MRTC recommending the extension of the Sumitomo contract by 6 months. We have that on file, all the letters recommendation of DOTC. So they recommend and we approve. So, and last on this...
So you suggested that a long-term contract be entered into as early as 2010?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then instead of that being done, you were being sent letters to renew it every 6 months?
Yes, Your Honor. And so we were expecting that in 2012, that it would just be extended another 6 months.
So the 12 days was the last 12 days of the 6-month extension?
Yes, Your Honor. That
Na biglang kailangan i-bid out nyo na?
biglang kailangan in 12 days bid it out, find a new contractor.
Secretary, your reaction, sir, and comment?
Well, Your Honor, between the responsibility to recommend and the approving authority, so that is just consistent that the power to procure remained with MRTC.
Yes, Mr. Sobrepena, before I yield.
Your Honor, there was a change in 2010 when the GFI nominees took over the board of MRTC. In 2010, then Chairman Patson Tutomas, Chairman of DBP, who was also Chairman of MRTC, was requested by DOTC in 2010 that DOTC now be responsible for the procurement of the maintenance. DOTC requested from MRTC GFI nominees that the procurement of maintenance be given to DOTC. As owners, we objected. However, MRTC, being controlled by the GFI nominees, acceded to that request, subject to presentation of the TOR to MRTC. So the responsibility from MRTC, which was with MRTC before, got transferred to DOTC because of the request of DOTC to MRTC in 2010. That changed the dynamics of the procurement. And so what happened now was the DOTC initiative of the extensions as well as the procurements. However, it should have been always with the consent of MRTC. That's the background, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, just a manifestation. Siguro maliwanag na yung rason kung bakit ang sama-sama ng serbisyo ng MRT. 3, dahil sa sitwasyong yan sa pagitan ng mga may-ari ng kumpanya, ng nagpapatakbo ng kumpanya, and government on the other hand. Simply put, you cannot get your acts together. Everyone has a responsibility. I'm not using the word blame, has a responsibility. Why we are where we are right now. And at the end of the day, I think the solution to MRT woes would be for all of you guys to get your acts together. For the government nominee, the directors who are nominated by government, DOTC, and the beneficial owners and the real owners, shareholders of MRTC, to actually sit down and talk instead of filing cases against each other to the detriment of the riding public. I hope, Madam Chair, this hearing will be able to provide that venue. Kahit magpatawag ho kayo ng hearing kada linggo para lang magkita sila and have an agenda for that they can talk about and analyze and discuss and agree on, I think that will be a good service to the riding public of MRT3. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Thank you, Senator Recto, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Senator Escudero. The Chair recognizes Senator Ralph Recto for his questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Many of my questions were already asked anyway by Senator Chiz, but let me point out a few items, Madam Chair. One, it is not true then that in the last hearing we had, it would appear to us that the DOT said walang ginawa na proposal ang MRTC na capacity expansion. No? We have several documents in this committee right now as well, and based on the testimony today, it would appear that they have presented to DOTC at least 4 times, no? 2002, 4, and 7, and with MPIC in 2011. I have seen the proposal of MPIC. Okay, that did not look to me as disadvantageous to begin with. I've not seen the 3 proposals of MRTC in the year in 2002, 4, and 7. No? Okay, so isa yan. There have been 4 proposals in effect to do a capacity expansion. Because of the inaction, in 2000, the cost of traffic was only $500 million a day. Today, the cost of traffic is $2.6 billion a day. Mas malaki yung opportunity cost ng inaction. That is what the data will show us. No? Pangalawa, why did the government, through DOTC, to begin with, want to buy the economic interests of MRTC? Why did you want to buy it? Nandito, do we have a representative from DBP and Landbank here? So they're both here. Okay, magkano ba ang ginastos ninyo for the 80% or thereabouts economic interest?
Your Honor, for both banks, for DBP and Landbank, it's 619 million.
How much?
$619 million, sir.
$619
million.
Yun lang ang ginastos? Walang dagdag doon?
Yun lang po.
DBP Landbank. What about through the budget? Was there any other?
I have no
Would
personal
you know?
knowledge if there was anything else from the... You're talking, sir, of the budget from DBM?
Yes. So sa libro ninyo, ang acquisition cost ninyo for the 80% economic interest is 600 plus.
That's correct, sir.
619.
$619.
Is it possible that we spent more than that for this 80% equity buyout?
May I ask EVP Cecil Borromeo to answer that,
Yes.
sir?
And the reason why I'm asking this is simple. Government decided to buy, whether it decided to buy the bonds or equity or the economic interest, di ba? It used Landbank and DBP to do this purchase. And here we are talking about buying this back from Landbank and DBP. So why did we do it in the first place, di ba? O sige, can we hear?
Madam Chair and Senator Recto,
Yes.
good afternoon. When we bought both DBP and Landbank bought the bonds, we paid for $752 million. The $619 million that Chairman De Leon mentioned is already net of the bonds that matured since we bought the bonds in 2009.
Yun yung natitira sa libro ninyo.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Remember, my question was simple. I said, how much did you buy it for? It is not 619.
752.
Oh, 752.
Senator.
What is remaining now is 619 dahil nabayaran na kayo. Tama? Okay. Now, what year was this? 2009? Is that correct?
We started buying in 2009. Senator.
Okay. When did you accomplish it?
We finished buying the bonds early 2010.
Early 2010. So you're saying that the 750 would have been the present value of what? Okay. Would you know right now?
Sorry, Senator, we're not prepared to answer.
You're not prepared.
the
Can you please submit that to the committee? Now, let me refresh, just for the record of the committee as well, no? Yung MRTC schedule of payments, I have a copy here. Okay? Until the year 2025, ang babayaran ng gobyerno is $2.4 billion, di ba? Okay? And ang natitirang utang ngayon, o babayaran between now until 2025, well, my data is until December 2013, is roughly about $1.9 billion. Okay? So, just to understand this, kung 80% ang DBP at Landbank, 80% of $1.9 billion ang pupunta sa inyo. Tama?
I'm not sure whether 80% of the figure you mentioned, Senator, would go to Landbank because it will depend on the maturities of the bond that we
Correct.
still hold and the present value, of course,
Correct,
of the
correct.
bonds that we're
Okay.
holding.
Oh, but more or less, government will pay this Kaya nga sinecuritize na to Sa makatwid, all this subsidy, 80% goes to the government. So when we say we're subsidizing the MRTC rider, sa totoo lang, it goes to DBP and Landbank. Is that correct? Can you record your answer and not just nod up and down?
That would be correct for us.
So hindi totoo nga.
As long as we hold the bonds.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, now, when you bought this, there was an approval, I suppose, of the DBCC. Who is the DBCC? The NEDA, the DOF, Central Bank, Governor. Tama? Bago kayo makagalaw. Hindi naman pwedeng on your own
There was an approval from the DOF.
There
Your
was an
Honor.
approval. Okay. And now we are saying that bakit naman sinasabi ngayon na dapat ibenta ninyo yan? Number one, ulitin ko lang. Before you answer that, kumikita ba yung bonds na to? Mukhang magandang investment ba to?
Yes, Your Honor.
So magandang investment.
Yeah, the returns is higher than the present market.
Correct. Okay. And then just to put on the record, bakit 15% yung rate of return ng MRTC? Can we ask Secretary Abaya? Yun sa BOT agreement na yan, bakit sa tingin mo 15% yung rate of return?
think it's written on the contract, Your Honor.
Correct. Why do you think it was 15%? Because we hear about disadvantageous, onerous. Why do you think it was 15% to begin with? So let's try to understand this, because in determining whether a contract is onerous or disadvantageous, we should understand this point. Yes.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
I would, my understanding, sir, is that during that time, 15% was the fair market.
So reasonable at that time.
Reasonable po yun
Okay.
at that
Here
time.
I have a document here. Selected Philippine Economic Indicators. In 1998, lending rates, all maturities, 18%. So 15% was below market in effect. Ibig sabihin, medyo mura. And then, back-ended pa. Tama? Okay, now. Pumasok kayo ang gobyerno, if at all, I would assume, to refinance. Kasi ang interest rate na, nung binili yan, ay mababa na yung interest rate. More so today. Today, the interest rate today is 5%. 5.5, more or less. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's
okay,
correct.
so it's possible government then wanted to refinance it para tayo na we're paying ourselves. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, it is profitable for you today. Etong bonds na binili ninyo.
Yes, sir. Very profitable for the banks.
Okay. Bakit nyo binibenta?
We have, the BSP has a ruling, sir, that banks, particularly government banks, should not be in this kind of business.
Why did you get in to begin with? Kung bawal pala, hindi pala pwede. Oh.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but that was done long before our time.
Yeah, but you know, that should not be the answer here, because there must be institutional reasons and an institutional memory. Di ba? Okay. So, payag kayo ngayon, ibenta yan. Magkano nyo ibebenta naman ngayon? Tinanong kanina ni Senator Escudero, si Mr. Sobrepena, kung ibebenta yung equity interest, magkano? Sabi niya, hindi pa pag-uusapan ng board. Yun din ba ang sagot mo ngayon? Hindi pa rin na pag-uusapan ng board.
Wala pa hong specific. Ganun din po.
Paano nagkaroon ng numero sa budget na 53 billion? Kung hindi pa nyo pinag-uusapan yan, hinulaan lang ba to ng DBCC?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. We don't know that because that was a proposal coming from DBCC and DOF.
Okay, so let me move on. Okay. So maliwanag yung ibang mga bagay na pinakita natin dito. Of course, our interest here also is, you know, the Metro Manila will double in size. And hindi lang Metro Manila, but Greater Metro Manila, Region 3 and Region 4. Okay? Especially by the year 2020. Okay? I remember in the 90s, pinag-uusapan na natin yung, in the 80s, we had already LRT1. And then we built LRT3, LRT2. Okay? When I was in NEDA, we discussed the common station. We had an approval. And then there was MRT7 na supposedly ngayon mag-uumpisa. Pero maraming gulang pa. LRT5, LRT6. Sa ngayon, wala ako nakikita saan tayo pupunta dyan. Then you have the PNR. Mabuti we extended that. We don't hear anything about the North Rail. And just this morning, mukhang may aberya na naman yung MRT. And the cost to the economy will continuously increase. Metro Manila is already one of the biggest parking lots. Okay? So we have to prepare for all of this. Now, what could that 53 billion do? Could we use that as a down payment for all the other LRTs, MRTs? Because the way I see things here right now, it would appear that one there were proposals, as I said earlier, 4 times in the last decade to upgrade MRT. I've seen at least once. It looked reasonable to me. Okay? The cost today is much more than those proposals of not doing anything. Second, it looks that government just wants to take over MRT. It already took over the maintenance. Originally, kayo ang operation. Okay? Now it took over the maintenance already since 2012. And it looks like napakaraming problema nung maintenance. And then yet you're saying that is it the plan of government to rebid the operations and maintenance of MRT3 if you take over?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? But you don't know when you will take over because hindi pa kayo nag-uusap di ba?
We're currently operating MRT3, Your Honor, and we procured the latest, and we're procuring a new one for the maintenance provider. The EVBO will dictate the takeover. So we're awaiting the execution of the EVBO.
Remember, there is this Executive Order number 126 dated 2010. So 2010 pa lang pinaplano na ninyo itong equity buyout. It even recognized the right of the MRTC with regard to capacity expansion, di ba? Is that correct? Yeah, I do have a copy here.
It's a right of first refusal, Your Honor.
Okay, correct. Okay, now, and this executive order says to pursue in effect that equity buyout. But since then until today, we find out hindi pala kayo nag-uusap 4 years thereafter.
Well, Your Honor, I think from the time of Secretary De Jesus and Secretary Mar and myself, we are in constant contact with MRTC, who's ably represented by Mr. De Leon. Because the party that DOTC contracted with was MRTC.
Correct. You keep on using MRTC because you already have 9 board members. You're talking to yourself in government, in effect.
No, Your Honor, I think Mr. De Leon represents all interests of MRTC. Because we from DOTC's part, we wouldn't have the chance to talk to all the private shareholders. So it would have been more efficient that I talk to...
I understand where you're coming from, Secretary, but the fact remains today, masama ang sitwasyon sa MRT at sa EDSA. Diba? So there's something wrong kung kayo-kayo lang ang nag-uusap in that sense.
Well,
diba?
Hindi naman kayo-kayo kasi I think Mr. De Leon is in constant communication with all the share interest of MRTC.
Yeah. Okay. So what happened? And then now you're saying that by what year darating yung bagong trend?
August of next year, Your Honor, the prototype arrives.
August of next year. Why is it a prototype?
The little that I know of trains, that is the process. All trains are custom built. So you have to make sure before mass production is undertaken that the base or the prototype is done to specs, could integrate and can run, Your Honor.
Para subukan muna.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kung hindi siya mag-fit.
Then it's their obligation to repair, adjust, and integrate.
Correct. But in the meantime, wala pa rin expansion. Problema pa rin ang riding public. And
I think
car sales is growing by what? 300,000 new vehicles every year. And a significant portion of that will find its way in EDSA in Metro Manila.
I think, Your Honor, the process of procuring and manufacturing trains will follow the same process. Even if you were in Japan, in London, a prototype, and even if unfortunately, the original manufacturers of is gone. So they would have been in a position to do it quickly because they have all the plans, but they're not existent anymore. It's the same process that we have to go through here.
Okay. So today, in effect, it is government, DOTC, who controls operations and maintenance.
Well, yes, Your Honor, government is operating and
Okay.
government procured.
Correct. And
a
then
private
government
sector.
is doing the capacity expansion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Etong Dylan locomotive ba, may bidding ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who participated in the bidding?
There were initially, how many procured documents?
Hindi ba itong Dylan is more mga, what kind of trains do they make ba? What kind of trains are they
first of
known
all,
for
Your Honor,
making?
there were a few entities, or there's a handful of entities that procured documents. Eventually, I think eight entities procured bidding documents for the LRVs. Even Inicon participated and procured documents. Eventually, there were two who submitted at the end of the day. And
So dalawa lang ang nagbid?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who were the ones who
Submitted
bidded out? Who
I think Dalian and China South Rail, Your Honor.
So both from China?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. My understanding is that mainly they manufacture diesel electric locomotives. Not so much urban mass transit systems.
Well, Your Honor, they have one of their clients is MTR Hong Kong. They have produced trains for MTR Hong Kong.
So the MTR Hong Kong is diesel locomotives. What I have here. Diesel locomotives. Hindi urban mass transit systems.
Well, I just got info from our administrator from LRT. They started as diesel locomotives, but they have produced light rail systems, Your Honor. And we could present to you whatever records we have on the
Sige, could you provide that with to the committee as well? No?
Yes, Your Honor.
And from what we see here also in the documents that I have, they have a lot of problems with their clients, it would appear to me.
Well, then it is incumbent upon us to make sure that they'll comply
right.
with the terms of reference. They build to specs and ensure the trains
right.
will run. Your Honor.
And that's why we're just informing you of what you just go through the internet and you can see it. It would appear marami silang problema din and that they are not really known to produce this type of trains, but more locomotives. Siguro pang PNR, hindi masyadong for urban mass transit, no?
Well, Your Honor, as part of the process, we also sent a team to check the manufacturing facilities of Dalian. But the feedback I got was they're of world class and they're capable of delivering the contracted.
When did you send the team to Dahlia?
Sometime, I'll get the month, Your Honor. It's 2013, Your Honor.
2013. Who paid for it?
Government, Your Honor.
Government. Hindi Dahlia naman.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me move on. Okay. So you're saying, is there a plan of the DOTC also? You've already awarded the LRT to Cavite extension. Has that been awarded?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And magkano magiging fare naman sa riding public doon?
Generally, the matrix is fixed. The structure is 11 pesos when you board and 1 peso for every kilometer traveled. There is a 5% increase per annum effective every 2 years, Your Honor. So that will
Can
just
you provide
run.
us a copy with all of this?
Yes, Your Honor, we will provide.
Okay, so that we
Mr.
understand
Chair,
Yes.
How much is that all in all if I started from say Taft Avenue and get to Bacoor? How many kilometers?
How many kilometers is that from Taft to Bacoor, Cavite.
Well, the entire length, Your Honor, is 40. Northernmost would be Roosevelt. So Roosevelt to Bacoor would be 40, Your Honor.
40. So mga 51.
Anong base? They had a base price.
11 plus 1
11
peso eh.
plus 40. So 51 pesos.
51. I think if I understand it correctly.
So that's our Your Honor. It's 40 kilometers, and the
So
fare
51 is
from
max.
Monumento to 29, 40. 40, Your Honor.
So the entire stretch is 40 lang?
No, 40 kilometers.
Yeah.
Di ba? Oh.
Sorry, Your Honor. 31 kilometers.
31. So
Yes, sir.
plus 11, 42 pesos is the max fare.
40. How do you do the math? 31.
Oh,
Let me ask while
Probably
go ahead.
let me ask the LRT administrator to give the distance and the fare to include the current and the future.
Sus Maria.
Your name, sir? Your name and your title?
Mr. Chaneco from LRTA.
Your designation?
The LRTA administrator, ma'am.
Please go ahead. The chair recognizes the administrator.
Prejudicial. Madam Chair, has everybody here been sworn in? May we request?
no.
May we respectfully request the chair to ask to have the committee secretary swear everybody in.
Okay, then the
And
committee
let them attest to the truthfulness of their statements here today.
the committee chair calls on the committee secretary to conduct the oath, please. Go ahead, Secretary.
Please rise. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name, do solemnly swear that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to this honorable committee. This will also include all those statements you made during the first hearing of this hearing. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to ask, Madam Chair, may I have the floor?
Go ahead,
Mr.
Senator,
Sobrepena, what is the distance between Monumento using the EDSA route up to Taft Avenue?
It's from Taft Avenue to North Triangle is almost 17 kilometers, 16.9, and there's another 5 kilometers from North Triangle to Monumento. That's a total of 22 kilometers.
Thank you very much. Ralph?
Thank you. And yes, so you know, the reason why I'm asking this is, we all realize the importance of PPP. MRT3 is one of the first PPPs that we've had. No? Let me repeat also what I said the last time. No? Can you imagine if we did not have MRT on EDSA today? It's hard to imagine without that today. Okay? And my understanding is the plan there was to finish that entire loop. And that's why in 2009, we also decided that common station in North EDSA to be somewhere in that SM area and not in the Trinoma. Okay? And I understand you've moved that again. No? And the reason for that is the alignment also with the MRT7. So on and so forth. No? Okay. So, magkano yun? How much is that?
Sir, currently, the fare for LRT1, the whole stretch from Roosevelt to Baclaran, is 20 pesos.
How does that compare to MRT?
Compared to MRT, the maximum fare for MRT is 15.
15, okay.
The whole stretch.
So, mas mura. Pareho 17 kilometers yan?
20 kilometers.
So, mas mahaba yung sa inyo ng konti. Okay. This extension naman?
The extension is approximately, let me round off, is around 11 kilometers additional.
Is 11 kilometers. So, how much would that cost? Based on your bidding sa PPP?
Since the new fare matrix will apply to that, it will be approximately from end to end around 40 pesos.
So, it does not only cover Taft to Bacoor. The fare matrix will include north to Dulo.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, in that PPP, in effect, paano yan? Operations and maintenance is also with the winning bidder?
Yes, Your Honor. Basically, it's operations and maintenance plus the extension to Bacoor.
Okay. For the Cavite extension?
Yes, the extension is from Baclaran to Bacoor, Cavite.
Okay, so the winning bidder will have the right to construct the elevated train system, right? Everything. Right of way, nabili na ba ng gobyerno dyan? Hindi pa. Kompleto na ba yan?
Almost there. I think LRTA administrator could
around 90% na.
90%? Okay. So you'll be awarding that, and then that extends to Bacoor, but the fare matrix will be for the entire duration.
For the entire length, yes.
The entire length, rather. And then okay. What happens to LRT now? Your office?
LRT will continue to operate Line 2, and in the case of Line 1,
wala na kayo dyan.
Will remain as owner and be the ones monitoring kasi maraming performance standards set dun sa contract that the operator and the winning bidder will have to comply with.
So it's like you're a regulator, in effect.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could we have a copy of this fare matrix also? So, it would appear then 40 pesos for that entire stretch of 40 kilometers. May mga ibang subsidy pa ba yan? Other government guarantees?
Well, no subsidies, Your Honor, but there is
ridership?
There's a none, Your Honor. The market risks is with the concessionaire.
Okay.
There is a top-up provision. This is to make sure that regulatory risk is managed by government, because the general philosophy, you lodge the risk to the entity who could better manage it. On those fares,
what does that mean? Can you repeat that? What's the top-up?
Basically, the risk, Your Honor, if we have that matrix, it is now the obligation of government to ensure that the fares are followed, are established, and paid for.
So the fares have been established?
Yes, Your Honor. let's say the succeeding president or future presidents would eventually decide that they do not want to impose such a fare to the people, then government
Will have a subsidy.
has the obligation to ensure that the what the concession should receive is. However, it depends on the ridership. If
So
if
may
there-
ridership guarantee.
no, Your Honor. A simple math. Let's say the increase is 2 pesos. Government decides, no, we don't want to impose the 2 pesos to our people. Then government guarantees that for every rider, you give 2 pesos. If there are 100 riders, then you pay 200 pesos. If no one rides, you don't pay.
Okay.
So you have to count,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Was there a premium payment, a concession fee for this?
Yes, Your Honor. Government was willing to give a subsidy. We ended up getting a premium payment of 9.35 billion, Your Honor.
Okay. And you're saying that hindi babawiin yan ng private proponent, yung 9.35 billion yan.
No way, Your Honor.
Remember, I'm not against the project. I'm just saying this, no? When you say that there is a premium payment, may magbabayad yan. Nothing is for free. When you say that government was willing to give a subsidy, in effect, you were saying you wanted lower fares. Diba? So, in effect, because, we had a discussion earlier on disadvantageous to government. Meron din kasing advantageous to government, maybe in this case, but disadvantageous to the riding public. That's why I filed the resolution as well. Now, to take a look at some of these PPPs, we don't want to get it wrong again. No? Now, let me move on. But that's something that I think you guys should consider. Yung mga premium na yan. Just like yung sa Cebu Airport, if I'm not mistaken, Senator Surge, no? There is a 14 billion premium.
Yes, Mr. Chair, now I'm about to investigate why they're keeping the 14 billion. Because now Cebu, because they lost 188 pesos in their current 250 peso passenger fee, will have to increase it now by 200 pesos. In other words, the government made the Cebuanos pay for it for the next 25 years at present value. Because the MCIAA is an independent authority, it should have given it to the airport authority to build the second runway. Now they've pocketed the entire 14 billion, and they're asking the Cebuanos now to pay an additional 250 pesos per passenger in order for us to raise money to build the second runway.
So, hindi pa ginagawa yung airport, nagtaas na yung terminal fee. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, that's what I'm worried about lang. Na bakit hindi lang binid na, sige, sino yung pinakamababa for the user? Bakit may premium sa gobyerno? Naturally, babawiin din yan. Babawiin din yan eh. And then in the future, we'll have the same problem all over again. No? Now, assuming maganda talaga tong terms of reference ninyo, Secretary Abaya, why was this not done also, let's say, to MRT? Why was this not done also to MIPC or MPIC? In your exchanges or negotiations?
Well,
Para nang sa ganon, if you had a clear mind of what to do, halimbawa, you have a business model, you have something already for LRT1 extension to Cavite. You have an idea of what to do, how to pursue all these PPP projects, all these railway system. Bakit hindi natin in-offer na rin yan sa MPIC for the expansion of MRT, for example?
Well, LRT1 went through a competitive bid, Your Honor. It's a solicited bid. The MPIC is a unsolicited bid. In fact, if we follow the same line of thinking, we are finishing up or we're procuring a consultant to do an FS on MRT3, because that would be the process. After doing the FS, we go to NEDA board, get NEDA approval, and conduct the bid, Your Honor. So it's the same philosophy. However, LRT1 has been there for decades. I think From the time of Sekping, the PPP of LRT1 started. So it just happened that it's ahead of MRT.
I'm trying to understand what you guys are trying to do here. Okay. Okay. And then you also moved, in that contract, you moved also the terminal from the alignment to, was closer to SM before, and then that was moved to?
The way we
Trinoma.
understood it, the very original common station is in Trinoma. I think probably they would concur that it was originally in Trinoma. It was moved to SM in 2009. When it came to us, we did an evaluation. How do we achieve our mission? Comparing costs, geography, obstruction to EDSA,
All of that
time
was done
construction.
also before. And it was decided that we put it there, no? And then alignment with MRT7. Now, question is, could you have a problem with MRT7 with that decision as well? Could this delay again the LRT1 extension to Cavite?
Well, LRT1, Your Honor, we have awarded it. I think we're signing in October 2.
Correct.
They should be executing it.
Could MRT7 in its contract, does it have it there also that that station should be in that particular area?
There is a mention of a line MRT3 and an MRT7 station at SM. I think this agreement was executed at the time when the North Extension project wasn't executed then. And I think it was MRT3's right to actually construct the rail from Trinoma to Monumento. But one way or another, the previous administration decided, no, it is LRTA who should curve into Trinoma.
Correct.
So we should check now if that is it now a impossibility to realize the 3 and 7 station, because it really changed. The facts on the ground are different in contract.
Correct. And then you still need to do the extension to Monumento, di ba? Eventually.
Of which line, Your Honor?
Actually, Secretary Abayad, this is, I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, but the Monumento loop. There is a bid. I think MRTC is interested to actually to close that loop. So instead of it going to this area of Monumento, that it will go the other way, and they will reimburse the expenses of LRT1. Is that? Am I correct?
Ma'am, it's
about
already
this?
closed. It was a decision by the previous administration for LRTA to actually take over.
Exactly, but couldn't we reverse that decision, sir?
No, ma'am. The civil works are there. The trains are running. The rails are in place. People already are allowed to get to Roosevelt, not just Monumental.
No, but I understand. But see, the ridership coming from that area going to this direction is about 30,000, if I'm not correct. But if you reverse it the other way, whereas it will go through EDSA, you have an additional 300,000 that can be accommodated by that. I understand it's already been awarded by the past administration, but couldn't you come up with a proposal to LRT to accept, I don't know, changing the route, acquire it from them, reimburse them for their capital investment, so that it will go the other way instead of building another line, and you can accommodate more riders. You're nodding your head, Mr. Sobrepena. Can you please explain this further? You would know the technical details of this.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. The original contract of MRTC on the MRT3 really starts from Taft Avenue connecting with Line 1 and goes all the way to Monumento connecting with Line 1 in Monumento. We finished the phase 1 up to North Triangle in 2000. We gave a proposal to connect it to Monumento, that 5-kilometer stretch immediately after in year 2000 and 2002. Now, the past administration, and in my opinion, made a mistake. If we had been allowed to connect, we would be carrying an additional 300,000 passengers every day. These are the people who live in Bulacan, in that area in the north, who would board in Monumento and get off in Makati, Ortigas, Cubao, and Taft. 300,000 new passengers every day who would no longer have to ride the bus. Now,
I
when
understand,
they,
sir. So can it still be done?
yes, ma'am, it
How?
can be done.
What are the technical procedures for that?
All we have to do is use the existing civil works that is there, improve the electrification, the signaling, okay, upgrade it, and let our trains run all the way to Monumento, connect it. The rail is standard, it's the same rail. The only thing we have to change is the electromechanical portion, and then our trains on EDSA can run all the way to Monumento and carry the additional 300,000 passengers a day.
Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes
Yes.
Senator Recto.
You know, I do have the map of our plans.
Yes.
Okay? And this is really about closing the loop.
Yes.
No? And the idea is, para mabawasan yung traffic sa Metro Manila, this is the point. No? As much as possible, you want to have a single train system, single signaling system, single rail system, so and then so forth. Are we still pursuing that, Secretary, as part of the plan? Or iba-iba ba talaga yung gusto natin dito? Iba-ibang sistema.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, when you say single, an LRT one train will run on an MRT line. Is that
something
let's
like
say
that?
from
Yeah, the entire loop, EDSA, North EDSA, hanggang Taft, papunta Monumento, Monumento, balik sa North Avenue. That was the original plan.
Yeah, that was.
Now, the missing link here is what is being mentioned, the mga 300,000 dagdag yan eh.
There's no missing link, Your Honor. It is actually connected. What they should have, in fact, we agree. We agree with their proposal that they should have done it. However, previous administration decided to construct it. That's why you have a train going past Monumento, getting to Roosevelt, who actually could go to Trinoma, Your Honor. The link has been closed. The loop has been closed by a decision of the past administration, Your Honor.
Pa rin there eh. May maling alignment. But nevertheless, the point is this. What about the
Mr.
line?
Chair,
Yes.
may I just interrupt because I don't understand something. In other words, the rider may now take the train from Monumento and get off in Makati without changing trains?
No, Your Honor. No, not right
Magpapalit
now.
pa ng train.
Eventually, when we execute the common station, yes, there would be one transfer to MRT3, Your
So
Honor.
meron pang transfer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi ibang operator.
Well, currently,
Why
both
would you need-
government... 'cause-
Why can't you just link it? Why do you have to have a transfer?
Well, currently, Your
Tinitignan ko
Honor,
yung map eh.
the signaling system of LRT1 is different from the signaling system of MRT3.
Is that the only difference?
There are difference in platform designs. The trains
Hindi.
are...
Tinitignan ko yung LRT1 eh. It doesn't make sense that they execute the 5-kilometer gap.
Yes, Your Honor, but it has been executed, Your Honor. The civil works are there.
Okay, the civil works are there. Can you change the signaling system so that it's compatible with MRTC?
Theoretically,
Signaling system lang
yes,
naman ang-
yes, Your Honor.
ang diferensya.
Theoretically, yes, Your Honor.
Para hindi na magta-transfer yung mga pasahero doon po sa Trinoma or wherever you want to put the common station. The common station will only be for the green line going up to anong kalye ito? I can't read it, but MRT7. But it doesn't make sense that the LRT1 was the one who was allowed to construct the.
Well, unfortunately, it was constructed by the...
I realize that,
Yes, sir.
but can we at least, while they can continue to own it, but can they at least align the signaling systems, or let management be taken over by MRTC, so that they can align the signaling systems? Because I realize that the ridership would be from Caloocan to Makati. Dapat non-stop yan.
Well, Your Honor, the way we bid out the LRT1 PPP concession, that would now currently run from Baclaran all the way up to Monumento, Roosevelt, up to Trinoma.
Passing where?
So the old LRT1, Your Honor, then
So on Taft Avenue.
Taft Avenue.
Okay.
Once you get to Monumento, you hang right, go up to Roosevelt, eventually reach Trinoma area, Your Honor.
Yes, I can see that, but you know, that's not the workers' traffic, no? Actually, the workers' traffic would be from the residential areas of Fairview and Valenzuela, etc., going towards Ortigas and Makati. It doesn't go the way around from Pasay City to Trinoma. As a matter of fact, there's nothing in Pasay City. You'll have to switch trains and go up EDSA again in order to get to your offices. So right now, I think they just take the bus from Balintawak to go all the way to Makati because they don't have to change buses or what not. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Sobrepena. The basis for it seems that the formula for charging on a per passenger basis is a base plus an amount that's variable depending upon the length of travel, no? So it's 1 peso per kilometer, 11 plus 1. Am I correct, Mr. Is that Mr. Chaneco? No?
Yes, sir.
Yes. 11 plus 1. Yan ang formula ninyo.
But this is the proposed fare, sir. The current fare structure is not 11 plus 1.
The current fare structure where?
Of both LRT and MRT is not an
because it's owned by government. Diba?
No, I mean, sir, the formula is not 11 plus 1 as of now.
Huh?
The 11 plus 1
You just told me that
is the proposed fare matrix.
Hindi ba? You just awarded the contract.
For LRT1 extension, yes, sir.
Yes. Are you going to change it?
No, sir. The fares that we are following right now.
We? Let's be specific because I see 6 different colors here. So
for LRT and MRT, the formula that we are following right now is not the 11 plus 1
yes,
formula.
Yes, because it's owned by government, LRT is owned by government, MRT is owned by, and that was the original contract. But if we turn this into a PPP, it will be 11 plus 1, more or less.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'll ask Mr. Sobrepena, if this is turned into a PPP, right now, what's the fare? 12 pesos?
It's for MRT3, it's 15 end-to-end, Your Honor.
15 end-to-end.
Yes, Your Honor.
So lugi sila. I mean, if it were a real PPP, but they don't have the fare box.
Yes, Your Honor. Government takes the fare box in MRT3.
Yes. So the entire thing, the 15 pesos, goes to government.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, let me ask a question. Wait, I'm sorry, I took Mr. Senator Recto's time.
Go ahead, please.
All right. So let me ask a question. I want to be clarified on this. Who manages MRT3? The O&M lang today. Is it managed by a corporation, a subsidiary?
It's MRT3, an office, a PMO under DOTC is the current operator. We have bid out the maintenance. It's a private sector, but
does it issue a report separate from the DOTC budget? Can we take a look at that report? You know, income, expenses, balance sheet.
Yes, Your Honor. We will submit to you, Your Honor.
Is there such a report?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. What's the top line then of the MRT3? What do they collect in total fares every year?
Maybe, Your Honor, could I request the OIC to answer the question?
The OIC would be?
Directors Ato San Jose, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. San Jose?
Thank you, Your Honors. The income of MRT3 pertaining to fare box is about 2 billion per annum.
2 billion per annum. Now, how much would that? So if I divide it by 365, that would be the daily take. No, that's the other part. So 5 million a day.
On the average, Your Honor.
And I divide that by what's your ridership? 500,000.
It's about 500, now it's about 580,000.
That only brings me to 1096.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, the
I thought
average
you're charging 15 pesos.
for the end-to-end, the average
I
fare now
see.
is
So
about
it's-
12 pesos.
It's less if you get off in
Yes, sir.
Ortigas or get off. All right. Understood. Now, sa 2 billion po, ano pong maintenance expenses ninyo ngayon? How much of that do you spend on maintenance?
For the maintenance, Your Honor, the budget for the year is about 700 million pesos.
So you'll have a net profit before tax if you do, because you don't pay tax, more or less of 1.3 billion a year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And that goes to government.
Actually, it goes to the entire collection of the fare box goes to a special escrow account, which is used for purposes of payment of the ERP. For purposes of our operating expenses,
Of the
that is
payment of the
equity rental payments. That is being paid to the
So
MRTC.
you're paying DBP and Landbank. Very quickly, DBP how much do you collect yearly in interest payments on the MRT3 bonds? I know those are zero coupon bonds. So obviously you don't get regular semi-annual, annual payments. But just give the committee an idea on how much you were paid 2012, 2013, 2014. Would you have that information with you?
We have the records, but we're just figuring it out now, Your Honor.
Okay.
We'll get back to you, sir.
I just want to compare, the committee would just like to compare the 1.2 billion also with that. I don't think it's enough. Probably think that if they were making 25 or 30 peso fares, then that would be enough. Thank you. Senator Recto?
Chair recognizes Senator Recto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that I've taken too much time of the committee. I wanted to stress earlier that the idea was to have this common alignment already. No? And we're also concerned of the general plan of the DOTC with regard to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and all the extensions. Napakaraming kailangan gawin pa eh. If you want to solve the traffic problem as well as to make our railways more efficient, more reliable, and safe, di ba? Okay. And the PPP is such a venue because government will not have all the resources. Okay? And we've already mentioned, and the JICA has already come out with the report. Recommendations, no? We're losing 2.6 billion a day in traffic. So magkano yan? That's about what, 800 more, almost 1 trillion pesos a year. That's about 5% of GDP. Meaning to say that we can grow the economy double digit if we make these investments, no? And I remember that the economic rate of return of the MRT was beyond the 15%. So it's a very good investment in that sense, no? So maybe at the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I will file a resolution so that the DOTC can make a presentation to this committee, and that could be records of the Senate, of the general plan of the DOTC when it comes to mass transport system, no? To include the PNR, the North Rail. We do have several bills to look for funding for all of this. No? I did file bills on the real intent of the motor vehicle users charge, the MVUC, to be part of a railway mass transit fund. And maybe I should ask the DOTC to comment on these proposals. Okay, this side. Here it is. Okay. That's about 12 billion annually, if I'm not mistaken. Annually. Yung MVUCC. An act, well, I've filed several bills, no? An act to reconstruct and rehabilitate the existing 579-kilometer Philippine National Railway line from San Fernando, La Union to Legazpi. It identifies funding as well, no? An act creating the Mass Transit System Support Fund to provide additional and long-term funding to priority mass transit projects in the greater Metro Manila area. Hindi lang Metro Manila. Amending for the purpose Section 7 and 8 of Republic Act number 8794, otherwise known as the Motor Vehicle Users Charge Act of 2000. Similar to Singapore, Secretary Abaya. No? In Singapore, they collect from motor vehicles to be spent on mass transit system. So maybe we should rethink this. So that let's take a look at your master plan and identify revenues for this purpose. Because it will be a good investment as far as the economy of greater Metro Manila is concerned, which probably is 60% of GDP anyway.
Well, Your Honor, we look forward to that presentation. We're ready to present, and we could assure you of a favorable comment on your MVUC use for mass transport.
Yeah. Can you look at the bills before you comment?
Of course, Your Honor.
And submit to the committee. So, thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time given to this representation to us. Some clarifications. Thank you.
The Chair recognizes Senator Surge. Thank you, Senator Ralph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, is it a fact that the PPP projects provide sustainability of the project for the entire 25-year, 20-year cooperating period? In other words, it becomes self-liquidating. The proponent finances it, collects a certain level of fees according to a schedule, and is expected at least to make a reasonable profit over the entire life of the project, or at least his cooperating period, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Having said that, why aren't we doing the same with the with the MRTC?
Well, we are in the process, Your Honor. We just feel that given the MRTC remains under private ownership, doing a PPP without turning a blind eye to the owners might not have the same appetite as compared to LRT1 or LRT2 when they are definite that it is all private government owned. But we are procuring a consultant right now to do the FS.
What about the LRT1? Will that be all included under the LRT1 extension? In other words, would the proponent from Taft Avenue to Cavite will be now the manager also and the operator of the original line?
Yes,
all the way to Balintawak?
Yes, Your Honor. That's part of the concession agreement.
So those are the same numbers that you can run now for the MRTC. In other words, if there is a group that would be willing to give you an offer to expand the MRTC, it could be an MRTC itself, seeing that they have an equity position already, and all they're offering is an extension. Wouldn't you be amenable to that?
Well, it should be carefully studied, Your Honor. What we've seen is the bias of government is really to have an open and transparent solicited bid. Though an unsolicited is allowed, we would rather go through a open and transparent solicited bid.
So your objection there is you'd rather do a solicited bid, in other words, open to all bids without anybody having an advantage. So the right to match is not a safeguard.
Not a strong safeguard. I have not gone through a unsolicited bid in my stint. We've all done open, transparent, and solicited, Your Honor.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear that because I have a case also in the Supreme Court on this right to match, which the DOE gave another buyer several years ago. Now, conflict of interest. I'm just worried because there is no clear idea why the government sits on the MRTC board. So, Mr. Sobrepena, could you explain why is my friend Mr. De Leon and Miss I can't read your name because Borromeo, because of the glare of the light on the plastic. Why they're sitting on the MRTC board?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may explain.
Yes, please.
When DBP Landbank bought 80% of the MRT bonds, they made it a condition that their nominees take 9 out of the 14 board seats of MRTC. It was a condition when they bought the MRT bonds. And that is the reason they're there. And their reason being to assure the upflow of funds from the DOTC to the bondholders, which is now substantially held by DBP Landbank. That is why there are, but their authorities should have been limited to the upstream, not to deviating from the BLT agreement, which has happened in recent years.
Well, that's because they have a conflict of interest position. They just hold the bonds, but they have no equity position, so they cannot take a look at it from the owner's point of view. Right. And sometimes there would be a conflict between the two. Now, whose side do you take, Mr. De Leon, kung magkakaroon ng conflict?
Your Honor, it's very difficult position because I'm always in the middle. Para ho kung bibingka, mainit sa taas, mainit din sa baba. So
that's an anomalous position. Is there a necessity for them to continue holding those seats on the board now? No. Given that the government has 80%, I think, already of the MRT bonds outstanding. And some have been redeemed already. Di ba? That's what you call, binayaran na ho kami, di ba? Kaya hindi namin maintindihan ni Senator Recto at ni Senator Chiz, saan nanggaling itong 53 billion? Kasi na-redeem na ng gobyerno yung earlier tranches, di ba? You're nodding your head.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've,
okay.
The balance is $619 million, sir.
The balance?
Yes.
But it started from what?
$750 million.
Konti lang yun,
752. Yeah.
How many tranches have been paid off already? I have a schedule, no? But how many tranches have been paid off, Mr. Sobrepena? Do you know? This was the package by
Yes.
Penta Capital, no?
Yes, Your Honor, there are 3 tranches, and the tranches connote to the time, no? Tranche 1 was the most recent bonds. Tranche 2, the medium bonds. Tranche 3, the long-term bonds.
Mm-hmm.
Tranche 1 and 2 have been completely paid off. We are now paying off Tranche 3.
What did you say? We are now paying off Tranche 2, meaning what? Is that still a series of payments?
Yes, Your Honor. Tranche 1 and
Marami yan eh.
Yes, sir.
Almost every year. Eh.
Yes, sir. Series 1 and 2 are completely paid. Series 3 is the one being paid now. And as a matter of fact, this August, Series 3 just earned $500 million.
From the government?
Yes, Your Honor, from the DOTC through MRTC to the bondholders. That goes, 80% of that goes to Landbank, DBP.
Then Series 3, the next series.
And then it goes monthly thereafter.
Monthly?
Yes.
Monthly or annually?
Monthly, Your Honor.
Monthly?
Yes. It goes to the bondholders.
Okay. Are they up to date? Are you up to date on your collections?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Bakit kailangan pa kayo umupo dyan? I can understand in the beginning, but right now, why is it necessary for you? Kasi ang pinapag-usapan ngayon, the right of those who hold equity. How many percent equity do you hold?
22%.
You bought the Ayala?
Yes, sir.
The one from Goldman Sachs. So that's Astoria Investments.
We bought, sir, AIVI, EAIVI, and Ayala Land.
AIVI is Astoria, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the Ayala block, along with one of them was Lao or D, along with one of those blocks, no?
That's correct, sir.
So won't you be satisfied with 4 board seats? How many board seats are there?
So
14?
total, out of 14 board seats, sir, we have 9.
9. You should not have 9 anymore. Anyway, you know, it's the government paying you. It's not MRTC paying you.
Yeah.
Hindi ba government guarantee yan at ang gobyerno po ang bumabayad ng interest, redeeming the bonds, di ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh. So is there any necessity, would you like to put on record if there's any necessity for you to continue holding?
Since we still hold the bond, sir, we have to assure that the equity rental...
How does that assure when it is the government that pays you? You have to be nice to Secretary Abaya.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to be nice to Mr. Sobrepena.
We're just a pass-through, sir.
Kaya nga, pass-through nga eh. So, in other words, stymie rin yung operations nila ngayon because those who own the 80% equity don't control the board. That's an anomalous situation.
Your Honor, may I ask Yusek Limcauco to answer
Okay,
that?
Attorney Limcauco, would you like to explain?
Yes, sir. From what I understand, the necessity of having representation of the GFIs, they don't really represent the GFI. They represent the bondholders who are the GFIs. So the bondholders have the right to nominate the board to ensure that the payments of DOTC to MRTC flow seamlessly through to the bondholders.
In other words, you don't trust them to...
Well, not us, the bondholders.
And you need to control the board.
The bondholders need to control the board.
I understand and I accept that there was that earlier arrangement on the board. The implication of that is those that own the common stock cannot now vote to expand because it might run counter to the interest of government.
But in terms of procurement, is there an implication? If government sits in... MRT is a private corporation. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And a private corporation does not need to follow public bidding rules.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Correct,
now,
sir.
If government is in control of that private corporation, does it follow public bidding rules?
It has an option, but under
So it may not.
It may not. Yes,
So
sir.
pwede kayong bumili ng tren na walang bidding. Pwede kayong magbigay ng maintenance contract provider na walang bidding.
Theoretically, sir, yes.
Theoretically, di ba?
Yes, sir.
I suppose that would be the legal argument in the ombudsman, eh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, doesn't that become a GOCC in that sense? If 80% of the board is represented by government, okay, so I just wanted to ask those questions just to follow up on the point of Sergio Osmena. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Now, can anybody here, either the DOTC or the DBP or Landbank, give the committee a breakdown of the 53 billion, justifying the 53 billion? If you cannot give it to us today, can you give it to us tomorrow? Because the budget of the Department of Finance will be heard at 1 o'clock. And I was going to question Secretary Purisima on this particular item. Pwede?
Sir,
Bukas.
it has to be DOF that will
Okay.
provide it.
But as far as you're concerned, 690 lang sa inyo. That's 27 billion. 27 at 45 to 1.
So DOTC could provide you a breakdown, Your Honor.
Okay. Now?
Tomorrow, Your Honor. We'll forward it tomorrow.
All right. Thank you. But remember, that's my concern, and the concern also of Senator Chiz now. Not only why is this being paid, I'll get to that point later, but why is the computation so big? Huh?
Also my concern.
Yeah. And how much is set aside out of the 53 billion for the buyout of the common stock? Do you know that? Kung 27 billion sa bonds lamang, saan pupunta yung balance? And I suppose a big chunk of that should go to pay off the common shareholders, di ba? That's the only way to take control of a corporation, at least by 51%.
Through the EVBO, when you
Equity value buyout, yes.
when they retire all the bonds using the EVBO provision under the BLT, that would also include the equity.
That will also include the equity. All right. But there's a buyout provision there, and I've seen the schedule. Mr. Sobrepena, you're shaking your head, so would you like to explain why?
Yes, sir. The equity value buyout provision, once it is implemented, is first of all, it is a right of the private sector. If government will go into default, private sector will put government into default and call on the equity value buyout. So, in the first place, that step one is something that is by and in itself unacceptable, to put government into default because of the repercussions on finance. Secondly, if there is an equity value buyout, the only thing it will accomplish for government, if done successfully, is to buy the asset. The asset which is the phase one of the MRT3 system, not the common shares, not the residual rights, just the assets. This is the provision found in our BLT agreement under the equity value buyout provision. Only the assets, not the common shares.
Undersecretary Lim Cauco?
Yes, but the assets, that's essentially the whole company. Without the assets, the interest of the government is really to acquire the asset, not the.
Could you bring the mic closer? I
the
myself
interest,
can.
sir, of the DOTC is really to acquire the assets, the system. We are not without that asset, then the MRTC company is a shell, which we're not really interested to acquire.
Your Honor.
What would assets include here? Because you can have goodwill, you can have what?
Yes, Your Honor, a corporation, any corporation has asset or assets. If it sells its assets, it doesn't mean you have sold the company, and it doesn't mean that the company is worthless. It simply means you sold an asset, whether major or minor. So the equity value buyout is simply a provision for government to buy the asset, not the company. Now, the company is not worthless. The company has what we call residual rights. It has the right to do the Makati Loop. It has the right to do the airport link. It has the right to do the Monumental link, which will seamlessly link MRT3 to Monumento and carry the additional 300,000 passengers. It has the right to the capacity expansion, the upgrades and the improvements and the additional trains. All of those are rights of the equity stakeholders, nothing to do with the existing asset.
Undersecretary, what do you think you're buying?
Mr. Sobrepena, the rights that you're mentioning is only until your contract expires in 2025, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So the government can actually just decide to sit this out, or perhaps consider an offer from a foreign investor or another company to settle all of these.
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, in our agreement, in 2025, we turn over the entire system to government for $1.
What about the residual rights? You have a 50-year lease on.
The residual rights, Your Honor, with regards to the train system will expire in 2025. However, the development rights will continue because those
you've
rights
got the stations,
yes.
you've got advertising
Yes,
rights.
yes, Your Honor.
That continues.
That continues because that is a
You've
50-year
got
right.
the Trinoma.
Yes.
That continues.
That continues, Your Honor.
So there's a layer of the expiration of certain rights. So
Yes.
the one that we're talking about is just the 2025. What will end is
The train
which
rights.
particular?
The train rights,
the train
Your Honor,
rights.
including phase 2.
So, Mr. Limcauco, you're ready to explain now. Senator Serge was asking, what
One
exactly
more
are you
question,
buying?
Madam. One more question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
You said you had the right to develop the loops.
Yes.
Does that right remain with you now?
Yes, it does, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, our offer still stands.
That's a 50-year right.
It's a 25-year right. However, if we give a new proposal, which means we spend more money, like, for instance, $300 million to connect the loop and everything, then we would ask for another 25 years to make back the
Only if
additional
it's
investment.
given to you.
Even if it's given to us.
Suppose they don't do anything. At the
Then
end of 25 years, those rights also expire.
It will expire.
Okay. Yes, Undersecretary Limcauco, there's a question from Senator Grace.
I think, Senator Serge, you were asking, do you know exactly what you're buying? What equity rights are you talking about, or actual properties?
You weren't talking about buying the common stock.
Well, sir, there are alternatives and the exact EVBO strategy. We would request
You've been
that
studying this for a long time.
Sir,
Undersecretary.
yes,
you
sir.
even visited me in my office
I know,
to
sir.
explain this, and I couldn't
we
understand.
could, if we could request the enhanced strategy be discussed at executive session.
All right. Okay. That okay with you, Chair? Executive session one of these days.
Yes, we will schedule that with Senator Serge. We'll accept that.
Now you have an invitation to bid, which I just saw, for the. My gosh. Ito. For the maintenance, no? Let me go back to the question earlier propounded by Senator Chiz. He asked you why you said in 2012 that you had to bid out for a new maintenance contract in 12 days. The committee is puzzled. How come it was limited to 12 days? Yes,
Well,
Secretary.
I think that was an assertion of Mr. Sobrepena, not DOTC. We believed from the start that the responsibility to procure the maintenance provider has always remained with MRTC.
And they never did. But you control the board. You have 9 out of 14 seats. So you can't
I
say
don't
it's
control the board, Your Honor. It's
Mr. De Leon.
Sir, the problem with MRTC as an organization is we do not have the technical capability to conduct any bidding, and that's why we asked the DOTC to give us time to get the expertise or hire the expertise.
When did that? When you say give us time, when did that time start?
As early as 2010, we had already.
Mr.
signified.
Sobrepena, as early as 2010, Mr. De Leon was saying something. Will you continue? I wanted you to pay attention to this. What did you say? As early as 2010.
As early as 2010, we had already requested that.
Who's we?
MRTC, I'm
we
sorry,
as
Your Honor.
DBP or?
No, MRTC board had requested through me that the maintenance, the bidding of the maintenance provider be given back to MRTC already.
But in 2000,
I'm sorry. It's in 2012. In 2012.
All right.
Yes.
Because who was renewing Sumitomo?
Well, it was actually MRTC in concurrence with DOTC.
You mean DOTC had to concur, but
That's right.
MRTC decides?
Yes, sir.
Or DOTC decides and MRTC has to concur?
I think that's the more
Which
accurate
one? Which
version. Because as far as we were concerned, we did not have the expertise, so we concur with DOTC.
Mr. Sobrepena, would it be that difficult to develop the expertise? I mean, if it's in your contract, how come you don't have that?
Not at all, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, MRT Holdings has the expertise. We built that system. We maintained it for so
That's
long.
right.
We continue to have the expertise.
So why does your own chairman of the board say that you didn't have the expertise?
We have it in MRT Holdings. It is available to MRTC and DOTC at any time.
Mr. De Leon, MRT Holdings owns 100%, no, of MRTC?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. De Leon?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, the difficulty was on our side. We had to.
What's our side? Because
I'm sorry, MRTC.
You wear two hats.
That's
and
a
you have
difficulty,
to
sir.
tell me when you say we, who you're referring, which side which hat you're referring to.
MRTC, as MRTC.
Yes.
We actually have several communications with DOTC saying that we are ready to take over the bidding. That's I think Mr. Sobrepena remembers that.
Wait, you just told the committee that you didn't have the technical capability.
No, with the help of MRTH2,
which is your mother company.
Correct, sir.
Oh.
But isn't MRTH2 a part of your board? And that's Mr. Sobrepena, right?
Mr. Sobrepena does not sit in our board.
Oh.
Your Honor, if I may, MRT Holdings is now represented in the board by Mr. Rafael Perez Tagle and June Bondok over here.
And they have the technical capability
Yes, Your Honor.
to be able to advise.
Yes, we do.
Now, I'm very curious. Why 12 days? That's a very short period. Nobody could even ready a bid in 12 days. Mr. Secretary?
Well, again, Your Honor, I think the 12-day assertion came from Mr. Sobrepena, not DOTC. We maintain the responsibility to procure has always been with MRTC and has never left MRTC.
What's the 12 days, Bob?
Okay, Your Honor, originally the obligation to procure the maintenance was in fact with MRTC. However, in 2010, there was a letter by, and I have it here, by Pat Santo Tomas, who was a GFI appointee, then chairman of DBP, wherein DOTC in fact asked to be the one to procure the maintenance from the right to procure the maintenance from MRTC, and it was given by the GFI controlled MRTC in 2010.
Okay.
And ever since then, it would be DOTC who would recommend and initiate either procurement or extension by extending Sumitomo from 2010 to 2012. And MRTC would
And you
only
have
approve.
Communications to prove this?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. We have it all here.
There you are.
Sir, I think you could even, in fact, ask the OIC of MRT3. From his point of view, he would assert,
Who's
as
that?
the Director San Jose, we
Director
merely
San Jose?
recommend as the operator, but the responsibility and approval is with MRTC. DOTC merely concurs.
You recommend the operator.
No, the operator is government. There have been recommendations from the operator MRT3, but the final approving authority is still MRTC. DOTC merely concurs.
I don't understand. Who conducted the bidding? That's very simple. Where were the bids delivered?
Well, the original maintenance provider is Sumitomo.
We understand that.
Acquired, linked up.
Then they were extended and extended. And
The
in 2012, there was a call for bidding.
Yes, sir. The extensions were approved by MRTC with DOTC concurring. That occurred 4 times.
Yes, there's no
However,
conflict
in the last extension, Sumitomo had certain conditions before they would continue till they decided we don't want it anymore.
I'm past that also. I don't dispute that. Now I'm asking about the 12 days. Mr. Sobrepena, where did you get the 12 days?
Okay,
Do you have
if I
a
may
letter?
clarify. No, there's no error. In 2010, and I have the letter here, again to reiterate, the technical procurement of maintenance was transferred to DOTC because DOTC wrote MRTC, they wanted it. MRTC, controlled by the GFI nominees, acceded and agreed to it. So it moved to DOTC. Now, in 2012, only in October 2012, MRTC received a letter wrote a letter to DOTC.
Who was the secretary then?
Let's see who signed this. MRTC, Tomas De Leon.
No, who did he address the letter to?
It was addressed to Secretary Abaya.
DOTC wants MRTC to do the interim.
So in this letter it says, and I'd just like to quote so it's more accurate, that DOTC would like MRTC to handle the solicitation for a new interim maintenance provider.
DOTC would like MRTC to handle
the solicitation.
Wait a minute. I thought that is a letter from MRTC to DOTC.
Yes, confirming the letter.
Confirming the letter of DOTC.
Yes, and this is dated October 4, 2012.
Who in the DOTC wrote that letter to you?
It was I believe, a discussion between Chairman De Leon and
I see. So that's why Chairman De Leon was just merely confirming the substance of the discussion.
To handle the solicitation.
So now, MRTC is the one handling the solicitation.
Only in October 4, 2012.
I see. And what date was this?
October 4, 2012. And, of course, the expiration.
No. What was the expiration?
October 19.
Yun ang 15 days.
12
business days.
12 working days, Your Honor. 12
there
working
you are.
days.
So, anyway, so they passed the buck to you. So what
12
happened?
working days before the expiration.
So what happened? So you passed the buck back to them?
So MRTC said there's no time to bid this out anymore. And eventually, within a few weeks, PH Trams was appointed.
No, but how did the PH Trans come about? Was that a negotiated bid?
Well, at that point in time, Your Honor, we had no choice but to undertake a emergency procurement.
So there was no bidding. That's what you're saying.
There was first of all, an emergency procurement is authorized by procurement law, but we did not negotiate directly one-on-one with PH Trams CBT. We did a simplified bid where Sumitomo participated, Miasco Rail participated, and PH Trams CBNT participated, Your Honor.
Okay. Now let that pass. Okay, there was a bidding. I'll stipulate. However, who qualified PH Trans?
The DOTC back, Your Honor.
I understand PH Trans was just organized earlier that year.
Yes, Your Honor, but the procurement law provides that in a joint venture, any of the entities could present their financial capability and their track record. When the BAC asks CBNT PH Trams who is representing, whose records, who is qualified, then it was CBNT who presented their financial capacity. CB and T.
Who are they? This is the LRT1 provider.
Yes, Your Honor. They've been maintaining LRTA lines, Your Honor.
All right. Now, for the following, this was a one-year contract.
It was a 6-month contract, Your Honor.
6 months. So for the succeeding period after 6 months, what did MRTC do about it? Didn't they want to take over already the bidding out of the...
Yes, Your Honor, we wrote numerous letters objecting to the appointment of PH Trams on the basis that we felt they were not qualified financially, and being a new company, they couldn't possibly have the expertise. We insisted that we go into a proper bidding to find a maintenance provider, and we wrote approximately, I have it here, 17 letters to the DOTC objecting to this and putting on the record that we want a proper
I'm talking prospectively. Let's say, pinag-aawayan pa ninyo yung PH Trans, okay. But 6 months lang naman eh. So didn't you prepare for the next bidding period?
Your Honor, we are currently preparing for the next bidding.
No, not currently. This is 2012, no? Didn't you prepare for the March 2013? 6 months, no? PH Trans got a 6-month contract.
Your Honor, there was no bidding because DOTC just
My
kept
question is
extending.
the term of the PH Trans contract was 6 months or 1 year?
6 months.
6 months lang. So therefore, the next bidding would have been conducted in about March.
Your Honor, they did not bid it. They just extended it again.
No, but it would have been conducted in March.
Oh, yes.
I'm losing my brain now. 2013.
Yes.
All right. Why didn't you prepare for it, and why didn't you protest? You protested, not the first bidding, but the second would-be bidding.
Also, we also protested that we never received the terms of reference from the DOTC for the bidding, which initiates the second bid. As a matter of fact, we only received the TOR lately for this bidding within the next week or so.
But Mr.
Only
De
now.
Leon was there. Why didn't you get a copy, Mr. De Leon?
We had asked for the copy, Your Honor, but it was not provided to us.
Secretary, why is that?
No.
Well, Your Honor, at the time, Commissioner Mr. De Leon was in touch with the former GM of MRT 3, Mr. Vitangcol. It never got to me that such a request was needed.
So the letters were written to Vitangcol?
Your Honor, I have the letter here dated June 13, 2013. It is addressed to Secretary Joseph Abaya with regards to this matter. It is signed by Tomas De Leon. This is June 13, 2013.
And
Well,
you're still pointing to Vitangcol?
I think eventually, the USEC for legal eventually handed it to USEC Lutilia, Your Honor.
And
it never came to me. And in fact, the DOTC stand by then, since the responsibility to procure the maintenance provider was abandoned, and then therefore it should then be.
He wrote 17 letters. How could it have been considered abandonment? Come on, Yuji Lutilia is a good lawyer. What's wrong with him? But in this particular case, it's another case, rather. Is he here today?
No, Your Honor. He is arriving tonight, Your Honor.
No, really. There's 17 letters, so that can't be considered abandonment. Not
Well,
by
17. We have to see those 17 letters.
Would you like to have that copied now?
Your Honor, I have it all here. I
Yeah.
will give the good secretary a copy.
Yeah.
They're all duly received by the OTC and MRTC.
So it cannot be considered abandonment. All right. Now after that, wala pa rin. Mr. Sobrepena, March, so about October 2013.
Actually, last August, we got the terms of reference.
Okay. For the October bidding.
Yes, for this bidding. They gave us 5 days to comment on this TOR, which we complied with, and we did. And so the TOR went back to the OTC for bidding.
So they were still conducting the bidding.
Yes.
You didn't get it back.
No, they're still conducting the bidding, but now they are coordinating with us and hopefully they will seek our consent during the awards.
But there was an award to Global.
They never cleared that with us. They never got our consent.
But there was an award.
But they awarded it.
So the maintenance today is Global.
Yes, awarded by DOTC. APT Global.
And APT Global, are they technically qualified?
I don't know, Your Honor, because I'm not aware of their
The Secretary
competence.
is APT Global.
Yes, Your Honor. We went through a bidding. I think APT is likewise a maintenance provider in Line 2, Your Honor. Line 1 or 2? Line 2, Your Honor.
So, are you familiar with them? Because I mean, you know, they,
Your Honor,
they seem to be involved in maintaining LRT.
Yes, Your Honor, I think the main problem is this. I believe the present maintenance provider has not given the necessary parts required to run the system efficiently and effectively. And there's a lot of parts.
Who are supposed to supply those parts?
The maintenance provider. It's supposed to be a
Who is the
service
maintenance
and
provider?
parts
Because I'm totally confused who the maintenance provider is.
Sir, I think Mr. Espiritu would like to add to this because he represents Global Inc.
Thank you. Mr. Espiritu?
Actually, the parts, the capital spares within the system is not being supplied by the maintenance provider, but it will be supplied by the owner. So, ibig sabihin po, ang isang makina ng tren, ang ginagawa lang po namin ay i-maintain yung nasa loob ng makina ng tren, pero yung buong makina po, ang dapat, ang magpalit po ay yung owner.
Yeah, that's capital.
Kasama.
But spare parts, sino mag...
Yung pong mga spare parts, consumables, within the makina po, pagpalayan natin, meron pong tinatawag kami na papalitan na spare parts dun sa makina, kami rin po yun.
Yeah.
Pero yung buong makina, hindi po kami yan.
So, but nagbe-breakdown, how many incidents have we had in the last 12 months?
If you permit us, the Global APT will show you the presentation para po maliwanagan po tayo lahat within the Sumitomo SPH Trams up to Global.
You already made this presentation the last time, correct?
No, ma'am.
Oh, so this is a different presentation, so you can...
Yes, Your Honor.
How long is this presentation?
It will last around 15 minutes with the slide presentation.
Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you just give us a hard copy of the slide also, please? So
Yes,
it's
Your
easier,
Honor.
mas madali mag-follow.
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of the Global APT, allow me to extend our joint venture's appreciation to this honorable committee for finally giving us the time and opportunity to explain our side as regards the many problems and issues that in the past several months and weeks have been hogging the news headlines and the public attention in relation to the operation of the MRT-3. In order not to waste the precious time of the committee, I shall go directly to the point. During these past months, when the discussion of the operations of the MRT-3, or rather, when the discussion over its many long-standing problems that have affected its smooth operations, are almost daily being revealed in so-called mainstream media. The impression made was that the fault should be placed entirely with the Global joint venture and our immediate predecessor, which is the PH Trams. Similarly, the Department of Transportation, or the DOTC, came under heavy fire from some quarters of the media for allegedly entering into highly disadvantageous maintenance contract for the MRT-3 and for violation of the government procurement law, which is Republic Act 9184. As the records will show, all these allegations are farthest from the truth. For the record, Madam Chair, of the MRT-3 will show whether the maintenance contractor is foreign or legal. They will encounter and actually encountered the same host of problems that had been blown out of proportion just a few weeks ago by some sections of media, so to blame can be placed squarely but erroneously on the maintenance provider. May it be placed on record, Madam Chair, that all these reported problems, example is trains suddenly stopping in between station.
Mr.
Espiritu.
Kayo po sumulat nito, ito pong binabasa ninyo. Madam Chair, I move that we consider as inserted into the records the full statement of Mr. Espiritu, which will take about half an hour to read. But we will take it as fact, and we will be, at future hearings, be free to question your assertions in this statement. Okay, so Mr. Espiritu, you don't have to read it. We don't have the time, but we will assure you. We assure you, we will read your statement, and it will be inserted in the record as you would have wanted to. Okay.
Okay, I accept that suggestion, Mr. Senator. I think that I've actually read some of you've submitted, or it was given to me by the DOTC, including your objections to what was being questioned from your company. But there are certain things that we are also studying about this that we feel should have been the DOTC's commitment, your commitment with the DOTC with regards to providing maintenance.
Your Honor, if we could request also a copy of the document spent by, so we could also read through it, Your Honor.
Mr. Espiritu, would you like to furnish the Secretary with a copy?
We will, Your Honor.
Sir, while we're still with Global, before you continue your question, may I ask, who is your authorized representative named Marlo de la Cruz?
Mario de la Cruz, as my admin head told me, that he was the authorized representative of the Global of the contract up to August 18.
So why is he in particular your representative? Is he the owner? Is he a lawyer? Or was he an officer of APT Global?
I really don't know the table of organization within the Global. I'm only the project manager within the organization.
Because if I'm not mistaken, his name is always mentioned, although in media, his name is mentioned that he was also part of PH Trams. Am I correct, Secretary Abaya?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
So he was actually one of the incorporators of PH Tram, or an owner. Sir De La Cruz.
I think one of the directors, Your Honor.
So he's one of the directors of PH Trams.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, and he's also, after the PH Trams contract expired, he now represented Global. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did PH Trams also join a bid at the same time Global did for the continuing maintenance of the MRT?
Me, ma'am.
Madam Chair, PH Trams did not participate, Your Honor.
So after the contract expired, they no longer participated?
PH Trams, no, Your Honor.
All right. Just for the record, I just wanted to make sure that I asked this particular personality that's being mentioned. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, Mr. Espiritu, kumo-complain po kayo dito na unfair yung kontrata na pinirmahan po ninyo
Yes,
with
Your Honor.
DOTC. So why did you sign it?
Dito nga po sa aming statement ay mapapaliwanag po namin yung maganda po kung bakit tinanggap po namin yung contract.
Tinanggap din yung contract, meron na kayong terms of reference. They showed you the terms of reference, the contract in advance, and then after you sign it, you're complaining.
Actually, sir, we are not complaining. Kasi sabi ko nga po, mapapaliwanag po namin yan sa the right time at the right place. Kaya po namin natanggap yan, nakikita po namin sa Pilipino, kaya po namin gawin dahil po sa expertise ng mga kasama namin dito sa Global.
That's beside the point. Ang sinulat po ninyo rito, it has to be noted that the trains are already due for 8-year overhaul cycle.
Tama po yan.
Okay. Eh, ba't hindi ito ginawa ng Sumitomo?
Ito nga po ang gusto po rin niya malaman na imbestigahan din po ng mga DOTC.
Hindi ninyo alam yun when...
Wala po kami sa akin nakita ng record
when-
na nag-overhaul po ang Sumitomo.
Alright, but when you submitted your bid, alam po ninyo na
Opo, meron po kaming assessment
that
before
this already
we
had
start
reached
our
the
program.
1.5 million kilometer run. Alam po ninyo yun.
Correct po. At more than 1.5 million kilometer na po itinatakbo ngayon.
1.5 million. And ano? Yeah. Pagkatapos yung very stringent contractual obligations. You know what the committee is saying is you signed the contract. You cannot come to the committee now and excuse it with all your complaints na napaka-stringent ang contractual obligations. Ba't ninyo tinanggap?
Dahil po naniniwala rin po kami na kaya po naming pangatawan
Hindi
at
pala ninyo
alagaan.
kaya.
Kaya po namin hanggang po ngayon at the record shows our data na makikita niyo po na kumonti
po. Do you have a
po.
copy of this? Because I would like you to respond to this. Yung kaya ko po, that's a very Filipino trait. I mean, kaya sa kaya. Pero with all the complaints you have, hindi nyo kaya.
Actually po, hindi naman po kami nagko-complain. Pinakikita lang po namin yung mga data from Sumitomo to PH to the Global at makikita niyo po yung comparison ng mga performance within the three
Nasaan yung data?
quintal. Bibigay po ako ng data sa inyo po.
Kailan?
We will submit it to you tomorrow morning po.
Okay. So we will await that data. We want a comparison between your performance and Sumitomo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alam mo, this is embarrassing to the government also because we cannot provide just safe, reliable service to the Filipino rider, particularly the 500,000 taking the MRT line. And every time there's an accident, it's in the newspapers right away. And so the committee, of which I'm acting chair, has to take action on this. Now, Mr. Secretary, I have no assurance whatsoever that this will not continue. Tomorrow it will happen again. The next 6 months it will happen again.
Well, Your Honor, we are procuring a new maintenance provider because the contract has been terminated. Likewise, in the supplemental budget, which I think Congress would eventually entertain and pass, the number one priority there would be the upgrading of MRT3.
But
Likewise,
isn't the maintenance provider supposed to be taken care of by the MRTC?
well, we're procuring it now. They are participating. We feel that they've abandoned it as we continue to do it. And in, just to continue on 2015, Your Honor, there are also items in the National Expenditure Program on the continuing upgrade of MRT3. So whatever is needed for the upgrade of the service.
In this case, you're saying the government has just taken over, muscled its way in.
No, Your Honor,
Despite
from the
of-
time that the PH Trams, the termination of Sumitomo, government has continued to procure, Your
But
Honor.
capital expenditures under your, Mr. Sobrepena, under your amended and restated concession agreement dated 1997, isn't MRTC supposed to take care of all capital expenditures?
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, under the original agreement, the maintenance provider is supposed to take care of all the spare parts and everything necessary for the train to be running efficiently.
The maintenance provider in this case
Is
Sumitomo.
Yes, Your Honor. And that continued all the way to 2012. The maintenance provider...
And you bidded out that original contract
Yes,
to
Your Honor, to
Sumitomo.
Sumitomo.
And they built the train.
They built it, they designed it, they maintained it. They supplied all the parts, the
They
rail
don't build the
vehicles.
trains anymore. Do they?
They still do. As a matter of fact, that is one of their main businesses, is the
The trains. No,
building of
I
trains.
heard the secretary say earlier that The original builder does not build it anymore.
Your Honor, the original supplier of the trains
Was that Czech?
It's a company called CKD Tatra from the Czech Republic.
Czech.
It was bought over by Siemens, and Siemens continues to own that company and continues to own the technology of CKD Tatra, who
and
made our
continues
trains.
to manufacture those
And
trains.
continues to manufacture
or
those
the
trains.
upgraded model.
Yes, Your Honor.
There you are, Mr. Secretary. That information is
Well, that should be verified, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Because
it should be. It isn't too difficult to verify that.
Yeah, we will verify, Your Honor.
So again, you will be objecting to the bidding of the maintenance unless unless MRTC is allowed to do it.
Your Honor, at this point, we are coordinating with them. I understand we're working together because we would like the system to be improved. As a matter of fact, we've been asking for this bidding for the longest time, and finally we're now doing it. And so in this regard, with this particular bid, we are cooperating together with DOTC.
Okay, one last point. Are you willing to sell all the assets to the government?
Your Honor,
for a certain price?
As private business, we are open to anything, as you can imagine.
But they haven't opened up the topic.
They have not
with you.
talked to us. They have not discussed anything.
They're already asking for a budget.
They have asked for a budget. I've read about that, but they have not talked to us about anything at all. Your Honor, just one thing for the record, if I may just go back. It was earlier stated, I'm sorry, but just for the record only. It was stated that Sumitomo did not overhaul. They actually did. As a matter of fact, I have here the acceptance of the OTC that in 2008, Sumitomo overhauled all the engines. It was duly accepted by the OTC, Sistra, the consultant, as well as Sumitomo and MRTC. All signed, all accepted in 2008. And the next overhauling would have come in 2016, which is why Sumitomo was asking for an increased budget from $1.4 to $2 million to start the overhauling starting 2014, ending in 2016.
What was Sumitomo's budget? What was that 2012?
In 2012, the budget was $1.4 million, and the $1.4 million was for parts and service. They
That's
were
61 million.
1.4, yes, Your Honor.
Pesos,
It's the same budget that they now have for their maintenance, the 1.4.
But ayaw tanggapin ng Sumitomo.
The only difference, Your Honor, is the Sumitomo contract was for parts and service. Parts is about 50 to 60% of the maintenance budget. So if you have a 1.4 million budget under Sumitomo, $700,000 to $800,000 should be for parts, and the 40% would be for service. That is the main difference. The 1.4 with Sumitomo was parts and service. The existing, I just found out now, that the existing maintenance provider is service only. Malaking difference yun.
So give me an apples and apples comparison. So if it was service, it's $400,000 with Sumitomo. That's about 30 million pesos.
Yes.
And today we're paying 60.
Today they're paying $1.4 million, the same amount. However, there is
give it to me in pesos because I need an apples and apples.
60
million a month.
So
57, Your Honor. 57 million pesos. Your Honor.
57.
57. Your Honor.
57, okay. And how much were we paying Sumitomo if we had a split
Same.
contract with them?
57 million.
No. Just for maintenance. Because you split it into maintenance and parts.
Okay.
So let's remove the parts. To do an apple and apple. If they only have maintenance, give me the maintenance.
If it's then it's 40% of the 60 million or 40% of the 57 million.
Okay, so roughly 24 million
24
pesos.
million.
Tama ho yun, Mr. Espiritu? You're only providing maintenance, not parts.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
excuse
So it's
me,
even
Your
much
Honor.
more than what Sumitomo was charging. Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor. No,
Yes.
our contract with APT Global is all in. The capital spares is for their account, Your Honor.
I just asked him. Sabi niya, tama. So this guy, Mr. Espiritu,
Yes, Your Honor. Kasi po magkakaiba po yung tinatawag natin system and subsystem, We are only replacing the parts within the system and not the system itself. Yun po ibig ko lang sabihin. Kaya amin din po yung pinapalitan namin pyesa. Pero yung mismong kabuuan ng system, hindi po namin pwedeng pakialaman.
Oh, alam ko yun. So it's also parts and maintenance, he said.
Probably just to clarify, Your Honor, I think what APT Global is asserting, let's say, signaling system upgrade from an obsolete system, and you bring it up to a newer
That's
respondent.
capital expenditure.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that's what was he referring to. So I think we're comparing apples to apples because
But that
neither
would be in a list, wouldn't it? I mean, you just don't put parts and maintenance, then everybody starts arguing what are the parts involved here. So you normally would have a detailed list on what are the parts and what are not the parts. The train, the cab is not a part. The wheels are parts, not parts.
Yes.
Because that wears out.
Yes. Your Honor, if I may clarify.
Yes.
Under the Sumitomo contract, it included all the parts for the trains to run. Now, that included rails. It included traction, trails, repair of motors. It included spare parts. It included everything. Overhauling, it included. Okay? In their maintenance contract, it included everything. Now, the matter that the Secretary just mentioned, which is signaling, is an explicit and different matter because that, just like any computer, in this computer age,
It would simplify all this if you just drew up a matrix, just a simplified matrix. What we got for 60 million with Sumitomo, what we're getting today.
Different.
From Global.
Yes.
So makikita po ng members ng committee kung ano pang kulang dyan o nawala sa...
Your Honor, what I can give you is a matrix that shows everything that Sumitomo was supplying.
It has to be compared with their matrix. Otherwise, then we would have to look for it. Do you have a copy of...
I don't have a copy of their
okay,
contract.
may we have a copy of their contract?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll forward to you.
Yes,
Thank you.
I could make the matrix,
Yeah.
yes.
So the balance between the 27 billion and the 53 billion, and that's a lot of money, that's about 26 billion, no? Will go to various things like buying you guys out, but I'm puzzled because you haven't discussed the price, but you're already asking us to appropriate the money. Mr. Secretary. Yes.
Well, Your Honor, I think the BLT specifies a formula on how to compute. So DOF has undertaken such computation, so we are following the BLT formula as
So that's
specified.
the equity value buyout.
Yes.
And nandun nga yung formula, hindi ba?
Yes, 130%.
The highest was $2.5 billion. So what would it be today if you follow that formula?
2.5.
No, not still 2.5.
If you do the buyout today.
If you do the buyout today.
Your Honor, to do the buyout today under the equity value buyout provision, first of all, you would have to retire all the bonds, 100% of the bonds.
Given that it's all retired. In other words, they can even force the banks, like BDO, to Bank of PI, UCPB, to sell them the bonds.
Yes.
All right. Let's say they bought all the bonds, and they said, okay, we're exercising the equity value buyout. What would that amount be as per contract? So you would not be divulging any secrets. What would that amount be? I had a copy. Ito. What's that amount? Are we waiting for info? What would that amount be?
Your Honor, we wouldn't have that amount because that was never, the bondholders are now DBP and Landbank. In our estimation, all we can say is that the present value of that DBP Landbank, 80% would be approximately $1.2 billion, approximately.
The present value, is that more or less matches your numbers?
Yeah. Yeah.
Eh kung 20% nakatiwangwang lang doon, bakit magiging kwan? 1.2.
Approximately.
If you're, excuse me now, please, Mr. De Leon, Ms. Borromeo, if 80% of the MRT3 bonds are owned by Landbank and DBP, am I correct? And your current valuation is $613 million. So therefore, the balance cannot be more than $180 million. Where would you get the 1.2, Mr. Sobrepena?
The valuation that they are referring to was the value when they purchased it in 2009.
No, that was more. That was what, 752?
752,
Okay,
Your
so
Honor.
752 million in 2009.
Yes.
If you add the gains, the 15% from 2009 to 2014, 5 years, that would be approximately in the area of 1.1 to 1.2 billion.
So
today.
you've already added it all?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's today's value. So that would be 80%, and if you extrapolate the 20%, then more or less another 300 to 400 billion would
But
round
if they
it up.
bought the bonds now, they just have to market, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
So
Yes, Your
let's take that aside.
Yes.
But part of that balance is equity also. Tanggalin lang yung utang, tanggalin yung interest on utang.
Yes.
That's equity.
In the equity value buyout, they do not buy equity, only the asset. So wala pa
Bakit
dun.
ang tawag dyan equity value?
It is that is the term under the BLT, but in reality,
It's the economic return buyout.
Yes, it is. It just protects.
In other words, it's just a default.
It's a default
clause.
provision.
Yeah, it's a default
It's a
clause. If you
default.
don't pay me, I'm calling in.
Yes, Your
my
Honor,
chips.
it protects the equity rental, the equity of the company in the asset, which was it. That's what it protects, the equity of the company in the asset.
So wala kayong tatanggapin doon in that 53 billion.
Wala ho. Kaya nga it would not be enough.
Okay. In other words, they would have bought up all of the bonds,
Yes.
and they could trigger the bond buyout, which they are.
Yes.
So that arbitration case in Singapore goes out the window. It becomes moot and academic.
Yes, Your Honor.
So now we're left with MRTC owning MRT3 and the government owning the entire bonds, where the government pays the government 15%.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
That in essence is what's happening, Mr. Secretary. You're not here pala. Undersecretary Rene, you came to explain this to me, and at that time I didn't know the convoluted process, and it's still convoluted to me. What are you buying? Are you buying equity? Do you believe you're buying equity with the 53 billion?
Sir, without the specifics, sir, in general terms, sir, we are going to be the two options we're looking at is either equity or asset. But sir, the details of which may I request the executive session.
All right, but is equity in the 53 billion? Is there equity? Is there payment for common stock?
Sir, what we understand is a possibility, but it may not. It's one of the options, sir. But on the details of which, sir, we'll discuss.
I just want to put this on record. All the government is doing in buying out the bonds, essentially, aside from the 20% out there still with private banks, is putting money from one pocket into the other, because you're just buying it out from Landbank and DBP.
Sir, yes, sir. That will be one of the results. The other one, sir, will be either to get the equity or the asset in itself.
That's why I was wondering could we not use the 53 billion or whatever portion thereof you would have had used to pay off DBP and Landbank to build our infrastructure? Instead of just exchanging money, let DBP and Landbank sell it to you on a 10-year payback basis, and
Sir,
anyway, you're going to have to market all of the other bonds. They're not going to give it to you at 15%. It'll probably be at least double the face value, because they're not going to sell it to you unless you give them the equivalent of a 7% return, which is what you will get today, no? So,
yes, sir. So that's also an option that we are looking at, what you had specified.
yeah, maraming pera ang DBP at saka Land Bank. You don't have to pay them back. Just get the Bangko Central to keep on extend. I know every 6 months or every 1 year.
Every 6 months, Your Honor.
Every 6 months. Ministerial lang naman yun. Pinipirman lang yun eh. Of course, you promise not to do it again, no? That's all for now, Madam Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator Serge. I will now ask random questions to tie up all the questions that we've had so we can clarify a little bit more. I'd like to go back to the technical audit question which I threw at you during, Mr. Secretary, during the budget hearing. I remember Attorney Lim Cauco mentioning that there was no such technical audit, or one of you mentioned there's no such technical audit being commissioned at this point, and the only audit that you're looking at is an instruction from the JICA. Am I correct? The Japan company that's supposed to teach us how to do technical audit. Am I correct?
Well, Your Honor, there would always be an audit, either the end or the start of a maintenance period. I think when Sumitomo ended, Sistra did an audit of the system. Before CB and TPH Trams started, they actually did their own audit. Currently, MRTC procured MTR Hong Kong to do a audit. So these are pretty much the audits that we've seen through JICA. I think probably Yusek Limcago could explain our partnership with JICA.
If I recall, I asked you if there was such a commission for the MTR to come in, and you said there was none. But now you're saying it is the it is MTR. It is actually
MRTC who procured MTR Hong Kong, Your Honor.
Okay, so do we have a copy of that report, the audit report of the MTR, sir?
Your Honor, we understand that report is finished, and it has, but we have not received a copy of it.
Why haven't you received a copy of it, sir?
We were informed it was submitted to MRTC.
Who? You were the one that approved it. The MRTC board approved it.
Your Honor, MRT Holdings was the one who recommended that we get the MTR Hong Kong. However, the company who procured it was MRTC, and so therefore the report of MTR was handed to MRTC. However, MRT Holdings has not received a copy of it.
Okay, so you say was handed to.
Yes.
Was handed to MRT. Do you have it? Does
I don't
anybody
have it. I don't have it yet, Your Honor, but
is it in your mail room, sir?
It could be. It could be.
Please, this is an urgent matter. The
Yes.
technical audit of your trains is actually the whole issue that the issue that we have today is about efficiency, is about expansion, but more importantly, safety. And I don't think we can rely on the audit report of a company that's bidding to take over alone. We need to get an independent audit group. So MTR is that. I wonder also why we didn't procure the help again of Sistra, if they've done this before. May I ask, Secretary, what is the track record of Global Incorporated? Why were they chosen to do the maintenance work? I would like to take at face value the pronouncement of Mr. Espirito that they want to do this to be able to help. But what exactly is their track record in train maintenance or the like?
Well, Your Honor, Global APT is a joint venture. I think Global is now a formerly Genials, now Global. I think Genials was a maintenance provider of Line 1. APT is a maintenance provider of Line 2, Your Honor.
Line 2,
LRT2, Your Honor.
So why didn't you just get them? And but if they're the providers of LRT1 and LRT2, are they actually actively taking part? I mean, that side of the corporation, I understand this is one thing that we need to be able to amend in the law, that if there's a partnership that will take over the bidding, or that will join the bidding, the primary bidder should actually have the track record, and it shouldn't be diluted by joint ventures. So my question is, how active is this partner in Global, sir?
Actually, ma'am, the Global is 18 years in experience with regards to the railway industries. And the APT Global, almost 11 years experience. So the Global, formal Genials, nakakontrata po sila sa Line 1. Hindi ko lang po matanda kung kailan. Pero dati po silang contractor ng maintenance sa Line 1.
So yung Global po, incorporated kayo matagal na?
Saan po?
No, nung nag-bid kayo, yung mismong kumpanya na nag-bid, how long were you incorporated before you joined the bidding for the maintenance?
Dito po sa MRT3. Ngayon lang po.
Gaano po katagal?
Ngayon lang po. Yung joint venture na to.
So ngayon lang. So nung nag-bid kayo, nag-joint venture kayo, tsaka pa lang kayo nag-incorporate nung panahon na yon?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po.
Opo. So ibig sabihin, hindi pa kayo sanay na magtrabahong magkasama talaga bilang isang kumpanya?
Hindi ko po alam yung track records nila. Hindi ko po masasabi po ngayon.
Opo. For the record lang po ito, alam ko matagal na natin pinag-uusapan. Itong PH Trams, kailan po kayo nakaregister sa SEC?
Your Honor, I'm really here to represent CBNT, Your Honor, not the joint venture. But from our records, it would seem that PH Trams was incorporated in 2012.
That's right, August 6, 2012.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's the incorporation of PH Trams alone, not the joint venture.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so they were incorporated August 6, 2012, and the contract was awarded to them October 2012. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just so for the record, they have a capitalization of, how much was the capitalization of PH Trams, DOTC?
We have to check, Your Honor.
Okay. The reason why I'm just asking this is because you took your oath, so this is now on record, and just so we have our information on file. But for the record again, they were incorporated August. Wala pa pong ilang buwan, nanalo na sila ng isang napakalaking kontrata. I also want to show, this was a presentation of the DOTC, I believe, if Mr. San Jose presented this, regarding the train operations report. So what I have is the average loops per month ever since the new contractors took over from Sumitomo. It actually went down. Service interruptions have gone up. Unscheduled train removals have gone down, but that's fine because if you're doing maintenance work, it's okay to remove these trains. An increase in escalator defects, almost more than 100%. Elevator defects, almost 100%, etc. Hindi po ba ito'y responsibilidad ng Global ngayon? Elevator, escalator.
Tama po yan.
So, magmula po nung kayo ang nag-continue po nito mula sa Sumitomo, ang dami po, 100% ang increase ng mga defects at saka interruptions.
Tungkol po sa elevator escalator, we already submitted a letter to the DOTC stating that the elevators and escalators is almost obsolete sa parts po. Ngayon lang po kasi tayo makakita ng mga elevators na hydraulic pa po ang gumagana.
Naintindihan ko po yun, pero marami pong mga mall, ha? Marami pong mga mall at mga gusali, kahit sa Makati, na napakaluma na po ng mga elevator, gumagana pa. May mga mall na mas matagal pa kesa sa MRT line. Alam niyo po, hindi po yan excuse eh. Kaya nga po, I'm not blaming Global alone. I feel that it's really the primary responsibility of the DOTC to be very selective. You may qualify legally, but if your track record is not proven, I think that you should have the authority, the discretion, and the political will to say no and encourage other bidders, because anyway, you don't give yourselves a deadline. Your bidding started September 3, but you still, or sometime in the beginning of September, but you're still not done with it. Am I correct, for the maintenance provider? So you can give yourselves as much time. In fact, you renew again and again. That's why I don't understand why this is happening. We are getting, I'm sorry, but just with the way that we are analyzing how this is going, it seems like there are other more qualified companies to be able to provide the maintenance. I'm harping on the maintenance issue because the safety of the passengers lie on the capability of the maintenance provider. And since you are in charge of operations, Mr. Secretary, this is also your responsibility now. So I think we've established that for elevators and escalators, you said that it's obsolete already, but I tend to disagree unless you can show me a report why it's not. That's why we are driving at the point of the importance of a single point responsibility, or single point responsibility. That term is so important. From the beginning, when you commissioned the trains, or not this administration, but when the trains were commissioned, they already had a service provider in mind for the maintenance. That's why Sumitomo was observing the trains being produced in the Czech Republic, so that when it's delivered and there are kinks, it can be repaired. In this particular case, Mr. Secretary, you're already having them design the prototype. We're not even done with bidding out the maintenance provider yet for the maintenance. So I feel that the problem is not being solved, and in fact, it will create more problems in the short term. Just this morning, Mr. San Jose, if you can please confirm this, just this morning at 7:20 a.m., it was reported that the train stalled and stopped for almost 15 minutes along Camp Aguinaldo. Is this verified, sir?
I'm sorry, ma'am, but that is not an accurate statement. There was a train which temporarily stopped along that area, but it was only for about 6 minutes.
Okay, we will verify this information because apparently a member of the media timed it and he took the train. And one of the reasons why I'm asking is for you to be alerted of the situation. I want to know, are your monitoring systems, your computers, will it actually show if the train is stalled? Are you still using a two-way radio to say na over na nasira dito? Di ba yun yung nangyari dun sa isa? Hindi ninyo makita dun sa monitor ninyo?
There are several types of systems that can use to monitor the trains.
That's why. So
one of them is the radio, the two-way radio. So, the other one is the signaling system.
The signaling system is working now?
Yes.
Okay. How about the time when one other question about going back to the incident last August when there was a train derailment. See, remember what I'm advocating here, and I'm going to ask Ms. Medina and later on Ms. Dayao for a quick input on this. What we're advocating here is the safety and the convenience of the passengers. August 13, 2014, with the train derailment, there are injured individuals here, and apparently one of them, the arm was amputated. Am I correct with this information? Mr. Secretary, are you aware?
It's my first time to hear a amputation, Your Honor.
Okay, we will verify this information, but this is the information that we received. You can verify the name. Okay, no, not today. There's apparently a nurse from UDMC that gave us this information. Now, regardless of that, which is important if it is true, are you monitoring how you're able to provide assistance for the victims?
Yes, Your Honor, because our insurance provider is GSIS, and we've answered for all medical expenses, and likewise the medicines that required and the additional. Probably this is confused. I monitored. There was one that had a operation on the bone because there wasn't complete healing. But my first would be interested to know the name of the nurse. We could call up UDMC and verify amputation. But first time, Your Honor, to hear amputation.
Okay, because if it was born out of the infection caused by, first of all, if the accident led to the injury and the injury led to the infection, it will still be ultimately the responsibility of your agency. So I just want to make sure that there are no problems when it comes to the benefits and giving assistance to those that were injured during that time.
Yes, ma'am. We continue to monitor them. Usually remind them to give them a call. But so far, everyone has gone home, and the latest would have been the operation required because the crushed parts of her bone didn't heal properly. Thus, an additional operation had to be done.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So please follow up on that and let us know if there's anything. And we will also try to find out.
If we could get the name of the nurse, and we'll give the nurse a call, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, again, going to another topic. So, going back, actually, Mr. Limcauco, what will happen to the JICA that you mentioned? Are you going through with this? Are they coming here?
Yes, they are getting the approval of their head office in Tokyo and scheduling and after that they will schedule for the consultant to come here to Manila.
So basically, this is voluntary on their part. We're not really paying them. Are we correct here?
Yes, it's a grant.
It's a grant. Now, let's not just rely on grants because I'm sure that the government will spare no expense to guarantee the safety of the commuters. Now, you are relying on the MTR audit also, right? To be able to see what best terms we should have for our next maintenance provider. Please, Mr. De Leon, please provide us a copy of that as soon as you have it, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, right away.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I would also like to ask now, while we're here, Ms. Medina and Ms. Dayao. Earlier, we were discussing about the MR3 loop. Are you aware of that? And what is your take on this? Would you agree with MRTC proposal to compensate LRT and just make the direction towards EDSA to add the 300,000 ridership as opposed to 30,000? So first you, ma'am, since you're commuter protection.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Senator Osmena. The almost 4 hours sitting here is long and tedious, but it is just a pinhead size to the sacrifice and pain that the commuters suffer every day, including the fear for their lives because of the very, very bad maintenance system that we experience. It is not only the overshoot, but every day we feel the jitters, the quivers inside. Most of the time, the operators do not even tell us what station it is in already when you cannot even see the windows. Many would miss their stop because the operators, the train operators, do not even tell us what station it is already. The other thing is that when are we going to install CCTV in the trains so that even head office of the MRT3 can see exactly what's happening? Diyos ko, ang tagal na pong naimbento ng CCTV. Hindi po ba natin alam na meron nang naimbentong ganyan? Then, along the way of the things that I've been observing, with your indulgence, To me, this long discussion boils down to something. There is a problem with organization. When you say organization, it is putting things in proper order and communicating and doing the execution and monitoring. Yun lang po naman, napakasimple. But it also shows us the defects of PPP. To the things that I have heard, we, the commuters, are held in because of the ownership of the train system. And I particularly remember one of the very, very serious statements that were put forward in this hall. And this is one of those who were able to buy equities or bonds from the MRT actually had been able to destroy the currency of some countries. Is this being forwarded to us as a warning that we should not mess up with them? Because that is very important. It was said here, this owner, which is a foreign company, had been able to destroy the currency of some countries such as Peru. Does it mean that they will do that next to us if we try to buy off even their interest? No?
I appreciate that. You're right about these observations. We will also welcome your position paper on this.
Yes,
but
thank you
we've
very much.
also, as you said, it's 4 hours and very tedious. I would like
Right.
your particular opinion
Yes.
on what we can immediately do. You mentioned about all of the sound system that is very helpful. Please tell us about the loop.
Yes, in the loop, if Yusek Gonzalez and Yusek Limcauco would remember, I was the one who recommended that one of the items in the budget of DOTC, instead of putting one more station between Balintawak and Monumento, because they wanted to put that, I said, why don't we use that budget to already construct that loop? Because I think that loop will be very, very helpful. And today, I think that connectivity has already been put up.
But ma'am, what the MRTC is trying to propose, kasi po yung loop, papunta
Yes,
from
yes.
there, papunta sa Maynila. Diba?
Yes, yes,
Sa
oo.
Balintawak. So what they're saying is that, just compensate LRT and then make the line go the other way.
That's right,
to
that's
EDSA.
right.
Would you
Yet
be
po.
amenable to this?
That is a more, yeah, it should be, kasi in my experience, in other countries, it's a interface procedure. So kung isa lang yung papuntahan yan, paano yun? Yung pabalik ng mga tao, it's going to be confusing. Why can we not put a
No,
two-way?
let's clarify this. Everything is two-way, no?
Yes.
Yeah. Both
Yes,
ways.
it should be two ways. And if we have more money, why don't we increase the number of rails on EDSA? Then there is another, please, there is a statement saying that if we improve the train system, then less passengers will be wanting to take the bus. In other countries, they make a friendly competition between the bus and the train. To us, to many of my colleagues, the train system is an artery. It makes our bloods flow, yun sa tao, pero sa bayan natin, importante yan. So, let's please look into other things. Why did the number of passengers of the MRT bloat that much in such a short period of time? Look at what is on the ground. There are so many buses that used to ply the route between the north and east going to Makati that were retired, that were suspended, that were the franchise of which were canceled. Marami po yun. More than 100, I think. So let's look into also, ano yung nagpadami? Bakit nag-bloat ng ganyan yung nasa ano? So these things, and I hope that next time I'm requesting the Honorable Chair, the Honorable Secretary, pag po may planning naman kayo, isama naman po nyo kami. Kami po in all other kinds of businesses, the end user is always asked, even by the company, even before they plan the product. So, tinatanong nila, ano ba yung gusto mo sa isang shampoo? Dapat po naman siguro, isama nyo naman kami. Meron naman po kaming boses.
That's exactly. The end user should be included in the planning. They're the ones using it. I mean, let's face it, most of us here don't really take the mass transport system as much as the ones that take it regularly, so they would know the situation better. Thank you, Ms. Medina, as always. Ms. Dayaw, please, a few observations and also your take on this monumental loop.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Una-una po, I am not an urban planner. No? I am a commuter, however. And I'd like to stress 2 points. Ang isa ko pong palagay, hindi nauunawaan ng karamihan ng ating mga opisyal ang paghihirap ng mga commuter. Ngayon na lang po yan na nakita natin nagkapatong-patong na ang mga problema. Ako po ay nagsimula ng isang petition sa change.org na nananawagan kay Pangulong Aquino na atasan lahat ng mga opisyal ng pamahalaan na mag-commute kahit po minsan lang po sa isang buwan. Ginawa ko po ito dahil naniniwala ako na panahon na po para palitan ang isang sistemang pangtransportasyon na bulok at mapanganib. Hanggang kamakailan ay hindi po nakikita ng karamihan ng mga opisyal ng pamahalaan kung paano ang kalbaryo na araw-araw na pinagdadaanan ng mga commuter. Hindi po nila nakikita ang paggising ng napakaaga para sana hindi mahuli sa pagpasok. Ang wala nang mapiling malalakaran sa bangketa na basag-basag, makipot, makalat. Ang pagpila sa mga maalinsangan at masikip na mga estasyon. Ang pagkaantala dahil sa mga nasirang elevator, escalator, ticket vending machine at tren, ang paggugol ng maraming oras at sadapi para makadating sa opisina at paaralan. Sa aking pong paniniwala, magsisimula lang ang pagbabago kung sasakay ang lahat ng mga opisyal ng pamahalaan sa mga sasakyang pangmadla ng madalas at hindi minsanan lamang. Ito lang po ang paraan para maranasan nila ang kalbaryo ng mga commuter at magkagawa sila ng mga hakbang at polisiya para maibsan ang kalbaryong ito. Mga kagalang-galang na mababatas at mga kapwa Pilipino, sana po ay dinggin ninyo ang panawagang ito. 2 opisyal ng pamahalaan lang ang kilalang sumasakay sa mga sasakyang pangmadla. Si Congresswoman at Attorney Leni Robredo at si Commissioner Nadereviev Sanyo ng Climate Change Commission. Sana po ay mag-commute din kayo ng madalas at hindi minsan lang. At wag po natin kalimutan na bukod sa MRT, sa LRT, andyan po ang PNR, andyan po ang mga bus natin, andyan po ang mga, even the FXs are smoke belching and they are too full. Pag sumasakay po kayo ng FX, 3 kayong sa harap kasama ng driver. Yung isa, hindi na magsi-seatbelt. Actually, yung 2 pasahero hindi na magsi-seatbelt, which is already a violation of the Anti-Seatbelt Act. Ang isa pong FX na van, 18 ang pasahero, and you do not know if this is 18 passengers alone or 18 including the driver. So, hindi po siya komportable. Sana po ay mapakinggan ang panawagan ito. Hindi lang po ako ang nagsimula nito. Mahigit na pong 3,000 mga mamamayan na commuter ang pumirma sa aking petition. Harinawa po ay gawin nyo ang munting sakripisyong ito alang-alang sa 80% po ng mga mamamayan na pinaglilingkuran nyo. Ito po ang 80% ng mga mamamayan sa Metro Manila na nagko-commute. Kami pong lahat ng mga commuter ay nagbabayad ng buwis at may karapatan po kami sa mobilidad na ligtas, maayos at may dignidad. Madam Chair, with your permission, I would like to submit this petition to you so that the signatures of 13,000 concerned citizens and fellow Filipinos and commuters at kasama na po ang kanilang mga hinaing at mga pangarap para sa ating public transportation system. Andito po lahat. With your permission, I would like to submit it to you and to Senator Osmena so that it appears as part of the record, so that you can use the information here to make public transportation a true system and a true service. Right now, it is not a service and it is not a system. It is a disservice to both terms to call it a public transportation system or service. Let us work to move citizens and not cars in our country. There are more citizens who commute than people who drive cars. With your permission po, I would like to come over and give this to you.
Can you answer our question about the loop before you submit that? So,
okay. Ang palagay ko po dyan sa loop na yan, again, I'm not an urban planner. Sinabi nyo na pag kinlose ang loop, tunay na sinara ang loop, ang makikinabang ay karagdagan na 300,000 passengers. It sounds wonderful.
Yun po yung assertion ng MRTC.
Opo. Ang isa lang pong caution ko, and I would like to quote from an article by an urban planner named Benjamin de la Peña, who is a Filipino who studied urban planning in Harvard University. Public transportation is a system, and rail is just one component of that system. There are major changes that the government can roll out without waiting for the long delivery timelines required by fixed rail. I will go into that later. Siguro po, ang caution ko lang, pag sinabing 300,000 additional passengers, it kind of rings an alarm in my head because we already know that at 580,000 passengers per day, napakarami na po yan. Ano po ang karagdagang mga pasilidad at tunay na serbisyo ang ibibigay natin dito sa karagdagang 300,000?
Tama, that is a very valid point and concern, the additional 300,000 that might...
Opo. So, again, we are talking about a public service. When we think of something to improve our public transportation system, we should think of service. What does service mean? Service is the experience of the commuter. It is the comfort, convenience, safety, civility, access, mobility that public transportation should provide that commuter. We are not talking about moving cows, 300,000 additional cows, pack them in a truck. Hindi po. We are talking about citizens who need to go to their places of work, who need to go to school, who need to go to the clinic or the hospital or to meet their friends.
I agree.
Opo.
And so we will request the DOTC to please study this as I give my concluding remarks. Ma'am, would you like to wrap up or give us this signature?
Okay. Ibibigay ko na po itong petition, and I would also like to give Madam Chairman Mr. De La Peña's article in which he pushes that while we are waiting for the trains to be fixed, we focus on the bus. Nakalimutan na po natin ang bus. We can fix the buses in a year, according to Mr. De La Peña. So I would like to give two things, the petition po with the 13,000 plus signatures and Mr. De La Peña's article.
Thank you for that presentation and, of course, this article. And as I mentioned earlier, when I first had our hearing, when I was assigned by Senator Surge for this subcommittee hearing, we will continue on to include the rail, the buses, so that we can, as you said, it will only take a year. I tend to agree, just looking at it right now, if we just standardize the services of the buses, hindi yung iba-iba, ang gulo-gulo ng time. Nandiyan na yung karsada nandiyan na yung mga buses. So, thank you for that suggestion. Truly, very constructive. And also your input about the number of passengers that will be added. So, this is a pretty long hearing that we've already had. So, just to conclude, again, our goal is safety, efficiency, expansion, always. For the DOTC, please submit to us your position on studying that loop that was a proposal by the MRTC. I know that there's a bit of uneasiness between certain members of the board and the DOTC, but please, for the welfare of the passengers, if you can please do your discussions more often so that you'll be in the same page and we can move forward. I would also like to be able to follow up on the awarding of the contract to a new maintenance provider. Please keep us also in the loop. When are you planning to have this done? Do you already have people bidding?
There were 4 entities who procured bidding documents. We expect to open the bids October 13, Your Honor.
So October 13 is when it will open, and you said it will be awarded within a month, or the bid will close in a month?
How many? Under the rules, it would be roughly 3 months to award, and hopefully, if no sore losers and they see that was conducted fairly, then we hope to award it sooner, Your Honor.
Is Sumitomo still interested? I hope that they see. Mr. Sobrepena?
Yes, Madam Chair, I had a discussion with Sumitomo. Sumitomo believes that procuring simply a maintenance provider at this stage would no longer be efficient or sufficient. What you need is a maintenance provider who will also do the rehabilitation and the upgrades that it requires.
How much will that cost? So it's more than the 2 million plus that they are proposing a month, right?
But it's necessary for that maintenance provider to do the rehab itself, the overhauling itself, to do all of these works itself, so that we go back to a single point of responsibility.
And if we're not going to be able to buy out our stake in the Landbank and the DBP, then we'll have enough money to continue with the maintenance and have the train run smoothly.
Yes.
Next, I would like to have a general plan of the DOTC, as Senator Ralph mentioned, not just for the MRT, but moving forward with the modes of transportation. The matrix of Sumitomo in global maintenance services. So if you can meet with them, I don't know, you secure them a copy, give them a copy of the maintenance agreement with Global, so you can provide us with a matrix, sir. And then, so these are the things that we are looking at for now. I would also like to request the DOTC an up-to-date report on the service interruption so far, because from the last time you had the hearing, from that time, please, you told us that you were going to fix the escalators and the elevators. I'd like to know now how many % of it is running and what are the interruptions again, if ever. I don't know if I need to require you to submit to us on a weekly basis now, just so we can keep track, because now we're at a very precarious situation with our maintenance. It's basically a holdover. So just to make sure that nobody's dropping the ball, if you can, every week and a half or every week, if you can give us a report of that.
We'll submit weekly, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So the Secretariat has taken note of these requirements. So the public, the Committee on Public Services, Subcommittee on Public Services will now suspend this hearing. Sorry, go ahead, Ms.
Yes, something came to mind, Madam Chair, with the two testimonies of the Center for Commuter Representative and the civil society. First, I sympathize with their complaints, and I also hope that as far as arteries are concerned, Ms. Medina will take care of her heart, because she tends to get very excited. But Mr. Secretary, there have been several studies, traffic studies, transportation studies, undertaken by international organizations. Did JICA do one, or?
Well, JICA recently submitted the Dream Plan, Your Honor. It's basically a master plan for transportation where you see the projects for DPWH and DOTC. Some of them are ongoing, some of them are going to be pursued, Your Honor.
Is there a master plan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. May we have a copy of that master plan?
We will submit, Your Honor.
One issue that I have uncomfortably brought up over the years is opening up some roads in the private subdivisions. You see, the traffic is so congested because we are the only country in the world where our central business district is surrounded by enclosed residential subdivision. You don't have that anywhere in the world. Not in New York, San Francisco, Paris, London. Pero dito, it was not supposed to be really a CBD, and so it was a real estate development by a single company. But when we started blocking off the streets, then nagiging imbudo ngayon yung EDSA, nagiging imbudo even when we established C5, imbudo pa rin ng C5. And then Quezon Boulevard and all the other C1, C2, C3, no? And we have to, the citizenry, especially those privileged enough to live in enclosed subdivisions, will have to cooperate, at dapat at least isang main road dun mabuksan so that may flow yung private transportation. Hindi yung mga bus, pagbabawalan natin yung mga buses at jeepneys, but at least the private cars can traverse their subdivisions in order not to block traffic on EDSA. But, Mr. Secretary, you just take a helicopter ride every 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and you will see andun na talagang nakaimbudo. You go to Ortigas, everybody's trying to get to C5. Or you go to Shaw, everybody's trying to get to EDSA. And it's ridiculous. This is something that is solvable, but when you mentioned artery, that's what I learned in the United States. These main arteries are always complemented by lots of minor arteries. I mean, lots of minor arteries. In Los Angeles, even Beverly Hills is not blocked off. You can just drive from one end of Los Angeles, from downtown LA to Santa Monica Beach, without seeing a bar that blocks your way. Wala po. Diretso yan. And so I hope that you can talk to some of the subdivision owners as you study the plan, so that maybe one road can be opened up, because those subdivisions are just all over the place. And I can understand why the security gives comfort to those who live there. But still, there must be certain roads that must never be blocked, so that it provides alternate arteries going from, for example, try going from Pasay City to Quezon City without passing through EDSA. I dare you. You cannot even cross South Superhighway. There's just 1 or 2 or 3 streets that you can take. Secondly, I'd like to bring up the management of the bus system. I proposed this 20 years ago. Every budget time, I'll try to propose it. We have the most troublesome, unorganized, unwieldy bus system in the world, because it's like wild, wild west, to each his own. Bibigyan mo ng boundary yung driver at naghahabulan na sila. So again, from a helicopter, it's so clear. you will see 4 buses, 5 buses side by side, say, at the EDSA and show, blocking all the cars for 1 kilometer behind. Pero ahead, it's as clear as day. So hindi nagpo-flow yung traffic. It's when the buses stop to pick up passengers and they're all trying to beat each other that they go 3 deep and 4 deep and block everybody else, and they don't care. It's got to do also with traffic systems, but it's got to do with the management of the bus, especially along EDSA, sapagkat if you told them you have to give, if you're going to use EDSA, you'll have to give your drivers a salary. 2, they have a lane to use. That's the essence of the BRT, no? The Rapid Bus Transit System. Isang lane lang yun, at saka naka-time yun. O di you're only occupying 1 lane now instead of 3 or 4. Diba? And then it'll be a more efficient use of the bus. So these are things that we have never adopted. Dun po sa mga ibang countries naka CCTV pa sila, controlled from a main monitoring room. At pag every 2 minutes at medyo advance yung isang bus, 46, sasabihin sa 47, slow down. 46 is delayed. Tapos kakatch up rin yan. So it doesn't get in the way too much, doesn't create too much traffic anymore. So I hope that you'll follow that master plan, because we've never seen a master plan, and I know if the JICA undertook it, they would take many good things into consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone for being here today.
So, thank you, and may I request the DOTC and the group of Mr. Sobrepena to be more in touch with each other. I don't know how difficult that will be, but maybe you can just think of our commuters and their protection and their welfare. Why? Or as Senator Serge suggested, since Mr. De Leon here with both sides, maybe you can sit in the middle and interpret for both of them. But certainly, if I have to make you shake hands here, no. Anyway, whatever. But for the interest of our commuters, please communicate with each other until we meet again, because I am now suspending our hearing on the subcommittee on public services. Thank you for your presence.